and then Trump conveniently posts, hey, they submitted a workable one. So we're like, okay, fine, maybe they did. It's plausible that they did submit something different to President Trump. We're asking, what is it? So now we can see there's a difference from the 10-point plan you said was workable compared to what they've consistently been saying to the rest of the world is what their demands are, and they're not going to back down unless all 10 are met. Nothing more, nothing less. This is what I'm saying. This is the problem that the people have. And for some reason, the White House is totally silent for that, to answer that reasonable question from the American people.
But like, we know that the Iranians have taken some pretty extreme positions and have defaulted, like they've been faulted like every single time, right? Like they've then said, we're never going to do a ceasefire, we're fighting to the death. That changed. We're not going to do this. That changed.
It didn't change. And that was what Daniel's point was, is that there never was a ceasefire. The only ceasefire came from our president, which it's clear that Iran never agreed to any fucking thing. And this is why Vance just came out and said, yeah, go ahead.
Wait, how is there not a ceasefire right now, bro?
Because there were still attacks. Less than an hour after Trump's announced there's a workable plan and we're going to go into a negotiation talks with them, the firing never stopped. The attacks never fucking stopped. That's the whole point. So again, President Trump got caught with his pants down, saying that, hey, there's going to be a 2-week ceasefire where they submitted a workable 10-point plan, and then less than an hour later, shit keeps going. It never fucking stopped. That's the point, Samoa. Trump has been caught with his pants down several fucking times, and this is why people are skeptical of our government and what they've been telling us.
All right, so the problem that I'm having here is that it went from a ceasefire where we stopped bombing, Iran stopped bombing,
Iran never stopped bombing, Israel never stopped bombing. That's the whole point. The only word of a ceasefire came from President Trump.
No, like the argument went to, hold on, Lebanon was a part of the agreement, and then it was like, no, they weren't. But that means that everybody else is abiding by the agreement except for the Israel-Lebanon, like, little curry, right?
There was never agreement, Samoa. That's what we just been discussing the last 2-3 minutes.
If there wasn't an agreement where the ceasefire was, where the negotiations was contingent on the ceasefire, how did they have the negotiations in Pakistan?
Okay, again, if you look, Pakistan inserted itself because Pakistan wants this shit to quit. So they've approached and said, hey, we'll try to be the fucking middleman. And that's where everybody's speculating that Pakistan came in, talked with the United States, didn't clear anything with Iran first in the hopes that they can go to Iran and say, look, man, let's just put an end to this shit. And that's where Trump made his fucking tweets. Nothing went through. Iran never confirmed any fucking thing. And that's what the American people have a problem with.
That's true, bro. I could give you the links right now, like where the foreign minister is pointing at the agreement that the Pakistanis are the ones who brokered it. And then the Pakistanis came out and said, no, this was the agreement to the White House, where J.D. Vance and them had to come out and say, no, this was maybe a genuine misunderstanding. But this is the foreign minister saying this is the 2-week ceasefire that we're going to agree to have the negotiations in Pakistan. Like, that's what the Iranians agreed, bro. They had like 80 people there.
The Iranians never agreed to it because shortly
I just they link where they agreed. And
so they're right. But here's the thing though, and after that, because Iran has several mouthpieces, Zimbabwe, I forget the other two, but they clearly came out and said, yeah, this is a fucking lie. This is a fucking lie.
Zimbabwe.
And what they posted was consistent with what they've been posting for the last month and a half.
Okay, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Welcome, everybody. There's a lot of people in the audience. If you want to say something, I'll give you 30, 60 seconds. Just raise your hand. Come on up. Give us your opinion. I thank you for being here. This is J.D. Vance failed to negotiate peace. What's next? It's popcorn style.
Yeah, listen. I gotta go. Let's take a look. While you were talking, I looked shit up. Okay, there was a 2-week ceasefire that Pakistan was the prime negotiator, but there was also participation by Turkey, Egypt, and China. Okay, and what else? Framework. Both sides presented framework, and Trump said, yeah, the 10-point proposal was a workable basis on which to negotiate. So, what the fuck does that mean? All right. However, after that was announced, and I'm not, and this is why the Middle East is always fucked up. All right. After that, a ceasefire means you stopped launching shit. After that was announced, Iran launched missiles and cluster bombs into Israel. Then Israel launches bombs into Lebanon or whatever the fuck they did. Now the shame goes on to both of them because just because, and here's sorry people from Israel, a ceasefire means you stop firing even if your enemy is too stupid, because the big daddy of the United States told both of you to stop firing missiles, and neither of you did. However,
No, Ellen, there was no ceasefire deal. That is a fact.
No, it means you stop firing missiles.
No, Ellen, there was no ceasefire deal.
Daniel, it means a ceasefire.
What I bet that there was no ceasefire.
Big Daddy U.S. told you
Ellen,
not to fire it.
Ellen, but there was no ceasefire.
He's right, Alan.
Ellen, there was no ceasefire.
There's no ceasefire.
There was no ceasefire. And Lebanon is a different war. And there was no ceasefire. That is a fact.
You don't fire missiles.
Ellen, sweetie, darling, sweetie, there was no ceasefire agreement. So this is why no one ceased firing. Because there was... Can you stop repeating with this daddy bullshit? It makes you like an infantile. Are you understanding the words that I'm saying? Ellen, sweetie, relax for a second. Dude, you're on a rant. It's not about big daddy or small daddy. There was no... Stop talking for a second. Dude, you're on a rant.
I gotta go.
Okay, go. I'm just telling you, just so you know, there was no ceasefire. Okay, so there was no violation of ceasefire because there was no ceasefire. Big daddy or small daddy. And relax with us. Big daddy told you to stop. Israel will not stop fighting. Insist on it because it's about self-defense.
Country, why should Israel not attack, even if there is a ceasefire? Why should they stop attacking Lebanon? It's a different country. The main problem is that the Iranians keep combining all of these other countries into Iran.
Wait, hold on one second. When Alan says this is why he hates the J words, Alan, I gotta say that, like, in terms of global conflict and all this stuff, the fact that Daniel is, trying to talk back to you and stuff, like, Daniel is a gay Israeli Jew living in Germany, doing whatever this guy does to have some fun. Alan, this is your experience, Alan. This is your happening. Have some fun, Alan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that this guy thinks Hashem and Moses and the Bible, Alan, everybody's role playing. Who cares if you're a Catholic, if you're a Buddhist, these are personas, Alan. The guy was born into it just in the same way that you were born into your shtick. So that's the thing to me about racism or anti-Semitism or any kind of hate speech. Like, what's the point? You were cast at birth, Alan, unless you pick up a book and you try to learn something new. Hello?
Yeah, I agree with that, man. I'm not, just for the record, I disagree with Daniel a lot. I do agree with him with there wasn't a ceasefire thing, but Alan's speaking on his own with this is why everybody hates Jews. For the record, I don't hate Jews. I'm critical of Israel and the Zionist movement, but we don't hate Jews here.
This is what he said. This is why everybody hates Jews.
That's what he just said. Yeah. Just for the record, I don't hate Jews. I'm not critical.
People are trying to use logic and fact and truth, but at the end, when they're agitated, the truth comes out. That the reason that they're supporting the Islamic Republic and they're against Israel and even against Trump is because of Jew hatred. And it's sad that this is the reality that they live in. I'm sorry for them, and I pity anyone that has the this mindset.
No one hates Jews. I think people hate terrorists. So some of the ways Jews...
I agree with you.
Can you let me finish, or are you too emotionally charged to allow me to...
Hey, stupid! Hey, it's me, Point!
You see the issue?
Hey, stupid!
So,
I thought you had to go to the television studio today because you're Superman.
No, we're talking about Israel Epstein right now. Hold on.
Epstein?
So no one hates Jews. Yeah, Israel and Epstein are linked.
You see the
So no
point?
one
Wait,
hates
hold on,
Jews.
stupid.
This is getting
Stupid. Stupid.
point. We have enough of point. We don't need to
Oh
you.
my! I didn't even get started, and you had enough.
Yeah, but you're trying to change the
Yeah,
topic.
nobody's talking about Epstein.
Nobody's talking about
Stupid.
Epstein right now, stupid.
Well, if you talk about Israel,
Stupid.
you're talking about Epstein.
No, it has nothing to do.
No.
Epstein was not an Israeli person. I don't know if he ever met Israel, been to Israel, maybe he did.
It's
But
hand in hand.
stupid, it has nothing to do with the conversation. Go read the title. We are talking about the ceasefire with Iran and the United States.
Israel Epstein, hand in hand. Now, can I finish
Okay,
the point?
stupid. No.
So no one hates
No.
Jews. We hate
Stupid.
terrorists.
Stupid.
No one
No.
likes the
This is,
terrorists.
you can talk about the topic. You want to talk about the topic?
People that eat kids. You say it's
Okay.
all terrorists.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I for one actually think Stupid Bozo is kind of funny. That the fact that is a gay white man, probably overweight, living in his mom's basement, pretending to be a black woman for so long, and how people accepted it, and they know he's a gay white guy, but they just think he's a black woman because of the.
Edmund, are you really going though?
It's Clubhouse history. It's Clubhouse history. What do you mean? Anyways, so back on topic. Welcome everyone to JD Vance failed to negotiate peace. What's next? If you want to raise your hand, just raise it. You can voice your opinion on the conflict, maybe offer a solution. We've heard Alan say that this is why everyone doesn't like the J words. And I just got to say, to me, that's so stupid, because that's like saying, this is why nobody likes Armenians. Whoever said that? Whoever said I don't like Albanians? Whoever said I don't like the Taiwanese? Alan. I mean, well, anyways, the point, Alan, is violence sucks. Especially when you're attacked and you're an innocent person and you're being murdered and now your life is over, and the people who murdered you only get a couple years in jail, which happens all the time. We got no execution in this country. I've seen videos of people terrorizing, raping, murdering, killing, stealing, and those people go to jail for just a couple years in this country. And I'm like, what? Kill them quick. Put them in the ground quick. So when you got international fucking James Bond terrorism movies role-playing in people's minds all around the world at scale, like, that sucks too. I'm not saying it's any, it's not better. Well, it's not worse, actually. Anyways, I'm just saying there are rules in war, supposedly. But as Sig has pointed out, and I have to agree, I think Donald Trump is the master hypnotist, meaning that. But the same thing applies to Obama. When Obama came out and said, we just dumped him off the back of an aircraft carrier, I was like, what? All that work to just dump the fucking body off the back of an aircraft carrier like that? We didn't even get to see a video or nothing? Come on. So I think people say a lot of bullshit that we accept on its face as being the truth. And it's not the truth. But that's state secrets. That's big boy shit. And state secrets are real. And throughout history, there are so many state secrets, it just becomes, a mess. Anyways, back to the room. It's popcorn style. Grab your beer, grab your wine, grab your coffee, grab your popcorn, and have some fun. This is Clubhouse. It's an experience. It's a happening. It's like asking, what is a woman? It's like asking, what is your cell phone? It's a happening. It's an experience. So just have some fun. Don't take it personal. Let it go. Have some fun.
Well, I got to take off at breakfast. I'll try to come back. But Daniel, hey, man, pleasure debating with you, brother. I don't think I've ever shared a stage with you debating, but pleasure debating with you.
Nice meeting you, Sig. Even disagreement is a way to have a conversation. Added you. Talk to you soon.
Absolutely, brother. All right, I'll try to be back. All right, take it easy, guys. Peace.
Hey, Daniel, why would you say there's no ceasefire when Benjamin Netanyahu is on the actual statement making that he agrees with Donald Trump with the ceasefire, says that Lebanon was not a part of the ceasefire?
He likes Armenia.
There was negotiations for a ceasefire, in which Bibi said that we will do what if the United States will decide on a ceasefire, we will comply. And Lebanon has nothing to do with this, same as the war between Russia and Ukraine was not part of the ceasefire negotiation between Iran and the United States. Again, United States and Iran are meeting in Pakistan to discuss a ceasefire. How the fuck, I'm sorry for my French, does Lebanon and Israel have anything to do with this? Why don't they also agree that Russia and Ukraine will have a ceasefire? Because it's none of their fucking business. That's it. It's very simple.
So what you're saying is that there's like these three different conflicts, and you're not trying to conflate them. But when Benjamin Netanyahu understands that they're involved in two conflicts simultaneously, this is their campaign with Roaring Lion. When it comes to Roaring Lion, they're saying there is a ceasefire for Roaring Lion. That's the mission of Israel in Iran.
Yes,
when
it was in Iran.
Yes. There's a ceasefire there with Roaring Lion right now.
No. Well, there's like a hold. There's like a hold.
Give me the statement for David.
There's a hold.
Oh, I get it. All right. So there's a difference. So when we say ceasefire, we mean we're going to stop shooting right now so we can talk.
No, there are two ways of doing ceasefire. One is that we stop shooting and then we negotiate, which is what we did with Iran. And the second one is what we did, for example, with Hamas and Hezbollah, is that we're doing the negotiation on the fire. For a ceasefire.
Well, there's a conversation that's happening, I think, tomorrow, Israel announced, either tomorrow or Tuesday, where they're going to have the conversation with the Lebanese government.
We don't have a war with Lebanon. We are talking, again, Lebanon is a country, our war is against Hezbollah. And Lebanon does not represent Hezbollah.
So I don't know if you're like doing this on purpose. All right, so like there's a conversation with Israel and Lebanon coming right here in 2 days.
Right, for peace.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with Hezbollah. Lebanon is on our side in removing Hezbollah from Lebanon.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
But anyways, all right. So you agree that there's no ceasefire with the Lebanon Israel, but there is a ceasefire with Israel Iran.
No, there's not a ceasefire. We are holding for the negotiations. They did, so we don't do you can do the negotiation while fighting, and you can say, okay, let's stop, have a negotiation with a very short time frame, and then either we come to an understanding or we resume fighting. If there was not an agreement of, okay, we're going to have a ceasefire, those are the terms, this is a violation, it will last this should happen. No, there was no ceasefire agreement.
Where do you think the 2 weeks came from?
There was the discussions was for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
but now they didn't agree, right? They went to meet in Pakistan in Islamabad to have a negotiation. Both parties left Pakistan without reaching an agreement.
Yeah.
So they didn't reach an agreement of a ceasefire.
Yeah, but they're still within this 2 week period where they're still doing their diplomatic back and forth. Like, if you look at Donald Trump's post and you look at Israel's post right now, after the agreement, they're saying that it's unfortunate that Iran took this position, this and that, that they're still optimistic that they'll come around to take the final deal that's been offered to them. So there's still like this period that expires here on whatever the date is. I forgot what the date was. I think it's like the 16th or something, or the 26th. Whatever the date is, there's still that amount of window where America's not advancing right now. So
no. So I can tell you that the IDF is preparing for an immediate mobilization once the ceasefire talks are over. Immediate means like day 2, 3, not until waiting for 2 weeks if there is no agreement. Again, the idea was that they will meet and there will be an agreement. But if there will be no agreement and they will both say, okay, we are so far off, like our demands and their demands don't even meet in the middle, there's no point in waiting for 2 weeks.
All right, so you don't think that that's a little disrespectful? All right, so like you broker, like you're Pakistan, right? And you broker a 2 week ceasefire between me and somebody else. And we say, hey, we disagree on day 1. You don't think it's disrespectful for us to be like, let's fight like day 5? Like we wouldn't allow.
Disrespectful? What do you mean disrespectful?
Yes, to your efforts.
Disrespectful? I'm not sure what this word means. I think it's disrespectful for Iran to to St. Clausenbrunns. What do you mean disrespectful?
Oh, no. I'm talking about the third party. Like, you have other people that have interest.
Who gives a fuck about Pakistan? With all due respect, like, listen, war is not war is a game. It's not a game, okay? You think that war is a game, that we need to think what Pakistan think. No, it's about survival. It's about removing threats. It's not about acting like to do like a favor for Pakistan.
No, look. We can say that America and Israel had absolutely no intention of making a deal, but they went there for the
America made Israel. No, Israel was not part of the negotiation, but we definitely don't want a deal.
No, look, Israel came out and said, regardless on what's going to happen, the red line is getting that enrichment, that uranium. That's what they just said yesterday. Regardless on whatever said or whatever this is, it is a thing for Israel to acquire that 460 kilograms of enriched uranium. That's their objective. Like, that's their red line. Donald Trump is saying the exact same thing. There's no deal until you give us that thing. So they're absolutely aligned here, Trump and Israel. If they give them the stockpile, Israel will leave. Yes. America will leave immediately. Yes. Right. So, yeah. So the point I'm making is pretty clear. If America is saying, "Hey, man, we have to look like the way we're looking at in the world. We have to have the world put pressure on Iran." So you see Pakistan, you see China, you see all these other countries that are affected by the Strait of Hormuz. There's this global effort right now. You've seen UK's Prime Minister just announced a day for yesterday in Saudi Arabia that they were mobilizing some sort of a coalition to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So you're seeing countries now like fall in line with, they probably don't like what America and Israel is doing, but they're falling in line to go over there and put pressure on Iran. So on a world stage, you want the optics to look like you're doing the diplomatic thing, because that's supposed to be like the preferred like method of dealing with, you know, differences, right?
Yeah, this is why Trump went to the negotiation despite being very far off, in order to show that they are giving an attempt to politics before continuing the bombing.
Yeah, so then if you give your word, like if this is like your objective to appear like you're on the level, and you say 2 weeks, if they don't start killing people
for the negotiation,
you look bad.
You listen before that, the 2 weeks was for the negotiation, okay? To show that we are willing to go, that we are willing to, no, the negotiation ended.
No, the talks ended, the negotiations are always open.
It's open?
Okay, at some point they will say, okay, we are too far off. So you're saying that once they realize they don't come to an agreement, they should just wait for another, 10 days for, out of respect to Pakistan?
To the world?
That is
not only
that is like, okay, tell me, what does it give on the world stage? Let's say that Trump and Iran said, okay, we are too far off, okay? We don't agree, okay? But then you say, but let's just wait for 10 words for the world to think that we what? What's the purpose of waiting?
That we're allowing.
No, I understand. But let's say we agreed that there is nothing, like, okay, we tried it. We are so far off. It's not that we need some time to kind of hash out the small details. We are like not an agreement. Okay, there's no talk, and then everybody says, okay, there's nothing to talk about. It's not about like how many or how long or whatever. It's just like no negotiation. So what is the purpose of waiting 10 more days if we are saying that we are too far off?
Yeah, so it's like this is what happens here, right? So it's like for 21 hours negotiations, you walk away, JD Vance announces this is bad for Iran, whatever this is, right? So during the ceasefire, you start adding more pressure, more leverage that is not like within a kinetic context, right? So then you start placing, let's say, that coalition I just described, where they start sweeping the Strait of Hormuz without firing a shot. Then you start creating these blockades where economically it doesn't seem feasible for Iran to keep that position. In the next 10 days, there's going to be a different Iran perspective, because they're starting to see that their economic outlook is starting to constrict. This adds more. No, go ahead. No, I thought you were done. Go ahead. Yeah, this just adds more leverage within this 10-day window. Let's just say it's 10 days, whatever. This 10-day window where they're starting to see, like, let's say Carg Island, or somebody accidentally bombs the freaking Carg Island production facility, like they bombed the freaking, the Ukrainian the pipeline from Russia in Ukraine, right? Like something like that happens, right? So then they have to make this decision like, oh shit, now we don't got no money coming in. We didn't really see it going this far, but now that we have new facts to actually like filter through, we might have to like readdress our prior statement or whatever this is, right? Like that's how you do that.
No, sir. This is delusional at best. I'm sorry. I don't mean no disrespect. I'm just saying. Like,
brother, you don't really want to do this, but go ahead. Let's give it a try.
I mean, honestly, it's just your whole tirade is just delusional. Like you're stretching the gum on what position America has. This country of Iran is holding the straits. They're holding it in spite of all the attacks from Israel and America. Or actually America, because Israel. I haven't seen any of their armies suited up. I don't see any Israeli flags. I don't see any Israeli air fighters or any of this shit. I don't see any of that happening from Israel. This is America doing all of this and on behalf of Israel. Israel wants to control the region. That's what this is all about. They already annihilated
delusional?
All right. So they've already.
Dude, Israel is doing like 200 flights to Iran per day. What are you talking about? You don't see Israeli airforce there.
All right, so everybody gets this. Everybody.
No, seriously, where are you getting your news from that you think that Israel is not participating in this?
Hold on a second.
Like, seriously, dude.
All their air defense in June, fucking retard.
Hold on a second. I know. Okay, so this is the echo chamber.
No, forget about echo chamber. Like, it's facts.
This is not
It's not echo chamber. It's about facts. What are you talking about?
If you won't let me finish.
Y'all ain't got no money.
You know what? United States is not even there. United States.
You're just gonna ignore that.
Why are you ignoring? Why are you in an echo chamber? I'm telling you, the United States Army is not in Iran.
You're gonna
You know what? Trump is not the president. Why are you in an echo chamber?
You're gonna ignore it's my mic.
Iran is not a natural. It's not a country.
You're gonna ignore that it's my turn, right?
No, I'm just saying that I'm. Why are you ignoring the fact that the United States Army is not even there?
I'm not just saying anything if it's my turn.
He's a moderator. He can talk over it. He can move you down. He can.
And you know, Trump is not even the president right now. If we want, why are you in an echo chamber? You're listening to American news. In my news, it says that Trump is not even the president. Dude,
You
what
would
the fuck is wrong with
never,
this?
you would never do this if we were in a barbershop in front of each other. You would never do this. So what
No, I would not probably engage with you in a barbershop.
I don't want to hear any different view. You're all on the same.
Daniel.
No, dude, you can give me a different view, but you cannot give me.
Echo chamber.
Daniel, I just want to know: do you think you would go in the same barbershop as Thug to get? Do you line your hair like Thug? Do you think that he gets a haircut like you? Do you line your hair, Thug? Do you line it?
That's the funny part about it. He would never do this in a barbershop that I'm in. Never.
No, I would never. Dude, listen, really, I don't live in an echo chamber. You can have your own opinions.
This is an echo chamber.
Sweetie, listen to me 1 second, 1 sentence. Let me give you 1 sentence, okay?
In a pulverized Israel.
Listen, give me 1 sentence. You can have your own opinion, that is fine. You cannot have your own facts. That's it.
All right, so go on with the delusion. You said America is the only one there. Israel's not there.
Also, I want to point out to Thug that if they were in a barbershop together, it's not like you can just like snap your fingers and put like duct tape on somebody's mouth in the barbershop. But he's implying that if Daniel were to magically snap his fingers and put duct tape on his mouth, that would cause a fist fight. Hello? Okay, everybody, welcome back to JD Vance Failed to Negotiate Peace. What's next? Raise your hand. Show us what you got. You get 30 to 60 seconds to tell us your opinion. Hello?
Maybe I go next. I have thought from day one that negotiating with the Islamic Republic is impossible. These guys come from a different DNA. They have chanted death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. And just assuming that they will come and negotiate, it's nice to try. I give them U.S. some. It's good to give them a benefit of doubt and hope to change behavior, but I don't think they're capable of change. And maybe this blockade or not letting them earn any money, maybe that helps to drive some of them out. But eventually they have to get them all. Eventually they have to get all the terrorists, all the hardliners. They have now imported terrorists from Afghanistan, from Iraq, and they are going in the streets and just blocking the streets, so the people of Iran are afraid to get out. So all of these terrorists need to be taken out at some point eventually, because I don't think they are capable of negotiating a peace deal or giving the uranium back. Also, Israel needs it. If you want long-lasting peace, we need to take out the terrorist mentality. And part of them that are holding guns, unfortunately, it's going to be a bloodbath. Those people can only be taken with force. And then the rest of them, maybe they can be managed over a long period of time by the Iranian people if they are able to take over the government. But yeah, I don't see any other way for this to be done with negotiation. I guess yesterday they really proved it. We'll see if they come back in a week or not. But yeah, that.
Melody, you say a bloodbath is the only way, but what I'm wondering is, in the Japanese negotiation and surrender in World War II, soldiers will follow operations orders and commands. So I'm just saying, you may want, everyone who's a terrorist to disappear. But what I'm saying is perhaps an order is going to come from the top of whatever is left from the top of the mountain. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I give you Mountain Man!
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Elder.
Yes. This is the exact mindset of the people. This is why you have Israel, and this is why you have wars going on. Exactly what she said. When people decide to fight against people that's been killing them, try to wipe out the Palestinians, try to wipe out people, and decide to fight back.
You mean like on October? You mean like after Supernova, when the Jews in Israel were like, no, you can't come to the concert and kill us. We're gonna fight back.
Islamic Republic is a terrorist regime. Look at how they treat their own people.
Israel is a terrorist regime that have been dropping bombs on children.
Elder, that's just like your opinion.
Civilians, okay?
Targeting civilians.
And this is what the IRGC is doing. Israel is not targeting civilians.
And targeting their own civilians. IRGC has killed over 40,000 Iranians. This is the mentality of the regime.
Sorry, can I ask a question from Elder?
We have some
Today, they have blocked internet, so you cannot even hear the voice of the Iranians. They are a terrorist regime.
Why are you still allowed to talk over me? You think that you're the chosen people. That's the problem. You think that everybody.
The problem is terrorism. The problem is targeting civilians. And worst crime is targeting your own civilians.
Miss, do you have any discipline? I did not say anything when you were speaking. You believe that you're the chosen people. So you believe that you have a right.
Who believes this, dude? Where are you from? Whoever told you that we believe, and she's not Jewish even? And I assume you mean Jews, right? And I don't think she's Jewish. She's Persian.
I'm not Jewish.
So maybe try to bring like facts and keep your anti-Semitic rhetoric to yourself, because it will not help you make a point.
Actually, I am Iranian. I have family in Iran. They are waiting for this war to be over and they want the Islamic Republic gone. That's what the real people of Iran want, but their voices are being blocked. That's why the internet is blocked. So they have to pay a lot of money to get a VPN to send us a message to say that they don't want Islamic Republic. They hope that Trump doesn't leave them alone and doesn't negotiate. Everybody was happy that Trump the negotiations failed. No, this is my own family. This is not paid propaganda. I know you think
If it is
that.
fake propaganda,
Let me ask
pretty
you.
good. It's very cheap too. We put out production
Ender, I have a
scale,
question for you.
high
What is the
quality.
purpose of having 600 kilometers of tunnel under the West Bank?
They hiding their weapons. They understand that this has been going on for years in America.
Hiding weapons, which means that they are preparing themselves to attack others.
No,
When you're accusing Israel to just, you're accusing Israel to be a terrorist.
Sir, ask me a question. They're preparing themselves to defend themselves. They have been, no, listen.
They're not defending themselves, dude. They're terrorists. They go and they blow themselves up in nightclubs and in buses and in restaurants. That is not defending themselves. Listen, you need to understand, sociopathic is when you don't know the difference between good and bad and wrong, like good and evil and wrong and bad. Terrorists, listen, terrorists target civilians, okay? This is what terrorism is. It's using fear against population. When IDF is targeting Hezbollah or Hamas, they are not targeting civilians. When a Palestinian goes and blows himself up in the middle of a restaurant, that is terrorism. Because it's not, the objective is to cause terror. It's not that those people that were eating at the restaurant were posing a threat. Do you understand the difference? And forget about Israel, and forget about Islam. Understand the concept of terrorism. So you, as a human being, will know to distinguish between right and wrong, and between bad and evil. Don't become a sociopath for your own sake.
All right, good. You made it clear.
Well, you know what? I don't really think a question at this time is appropriate. Because I get the feeling that people that ask questions all the time can't make their own points. And so they try to make their point with a biased question.
Let him ask.
No. I think that we've moved on from our senior elder here. And we're going on to Mountain, who has been patiently waiting. But before we move on to Mountain, we're going to give you 30 seconds to make a final point, Elder. And go ahead. You got 30 seconds to make your point. Don't ask any questions. Go ahead, Elder. If you ask a question, I'm just going to move you to the goop. But you got 30 seconds to make your final point.
Going to the volleyball and dropping bombs on them and killing them. Is that an act of terrorism?
Who killing what?
Iran.
Killing who?
Dropping bombs on children that was going to play volleyball.
So I don't know what children you're talking about volleyball, but I will answer you. I will answer you.
Is that terrorist?
I will answer you.
That's terrorist.
I will answer you. I don't know what you're talking about volleyball. Maybe I think you're talking about the school of Mayan, I think it's called, where the United States attacked a school with inside an IRGC base. So no, it's not terrorism, and I will tell you why. Was the target of America to hit a school, specifically and kill children? Was their target? I think you don't understand the concept of intent. Do you understand, for example, the difference between manslaughter and murder? In both cases, or you know what, and an accident. In all three cases, someone dies. The intent is what makes it a difference. And terrorism is about the intent to target, meaning that you put the civilians in the target and then you pull the trigger. As an intention. Do you understand the difference? So no, it was not terrorism, because that was not the target of the United States doing children. Maybe you should ask, why does the IRGC put a school inside a base during a war? That is a legitimate question.
And wiped out people. Your attitude is the same. You don't think anybody should challenge you. You think that you should go around the world and destroy?
Don't tell me what I should and what I shouldn't. You asked me a question and you got an answer. Do you disagree with my answer?
You're not the chosen people.
Do you disagree with my...
Okay, we've come to the conclusion that we're not the chosen people. We're moving on to a new speaker, Mr. Mountain with the American flag. Thank you, Elder, for your participation and submission. Go ahead, Mountain.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Thank you. I joined the house, by the way. I just haven't turned in my pink ticket. I have to leave and come back. But anyway, the negotiations and stuff. I don't think J.D. Vance failed. I think that the Iranians, by them announcing that they can't even find their mines, were doing this for leverage, obviously. They thought they had more leverage. They thought they saw a window, and you know, we wanted to shut that down. And they're not willing to negotiate. Not willing to give up their nuclear weapons, that's for sure. And willing to even talk, or their nuclear stockpile of their enriched uranium.
It's always the one
which,
supporter.
as Dave admitted, is at 60%. They have enough to make 11 bombs. It would take 2 years to enrich it, but with North Korean help, it would be a lot faster. Remember, when North Korea got their nuclear weapons, people said, okay, well, it'll still take the North Koreans at least 5 to 10 years to miniaturize these bombs, to put them on the end of a ballistic missile. And within 2 years, Western observers were shocked to find out that the North Koreans had, in fact, miniaturized their nuclear bombs to be on the end of a ballistic missile. That was 2 years, despite what the Western observers said. So we're in the same boat here. You know, they're telling us they have enough to make 11 bombs. They definitely have enough to make it to 30 bombs if it got into the hands of the, proxies that they fund. But, I think that this is what's just happening here, man. This is the only leverage they have. Everything else has been pretty much wiped out. Their Air Force, their Navy, the IRGC is not destroyed because they're very decentralized, and their drone fleet and their missiles are not completely destroyed, but they're down by 90%. But we have to remember the country is the size of Texas by 2 times. Twice the size of Texas, 2.5 times the size of Iraq, 98 million people, versus 20 million in Iraq. So we have to be serious about this. This is going to take some time. As far as the Iranians rising up and stuff, they have this opportunity. This is it. So I don't know if they're willing to do it. If they're willing to put up with 47 years of what the IRGC did, then I'm sure they're still too afraid or unwilling to act now.
No, they're just waiting for it to deteriorate just a little bit.
They don't have the weapons, right? Samoa, they don't have the weapons.
You just have to wait. Like, let's say you cut the power off. Let's say there's no more food on the shelf. It's only a matter of time.
So, Samoa, I sure do. And that's the thing is, you look. It's likely to happen. Look, it's kind of a domino effect here. We got Iraq, we got Libya, we got Syria. We tried with Afghanistan, that didn't work out so well. If we wanted to get it, but there is no leadership in Afghanistan.
I think it's a different objective for Afghanistan. I think this one's a little bit more directed towards not Iran. Iran's just a piece on the board, but for larger things that America happens to have in their sight. So look at this choking point, or not choking point, but blockade that they're talking about here. Everything that's being brought, Donald Trump says, hey, the blockade is going to be put in. So now they're going to constrict the economy, and then they're going to be able to identify certain bombs. Now the Strait of Hormuz is going to be moving with this coalition, daring Iran to violate the ceasefire, which justifies them moving into new green lit targets that are within the interior of Iran while choking off all of their export revenue. Right? So this is the second layer, which would probably take 3 to 4 weeks in my estimation, right? Before they start feeling the actual pressures.
Well, apparently also he has now that if the Iranians, because of the mining of international shipping lanes, apparently now he has another avenue of legal justification, which is like, so he has other avenues, because once you threaten international maritime shipping, global shipping, global trade, then they're ready to put themselves in a can of worms.
Samoa, have you ever had your business shut down? Do you know what that feels like when, the government comes in, kicks your door down, shuts your business down, takes everything you have, and then, leaves you with nothing? You know what that feels like? Welcome back, everybody, to JD Vance Failed to Negotiate Peace. What's next? If you're in the audience and you have an opinion, we want to hear it. Raise your hand. Let's hear your voice. I hope everybody has fun. This is a room with one goal, and that's to have some fun.
Yeah, I think JD Vance, I think that his stock actually went up here. I think when people say, hey, JD Vance was probably like the one of like least resistance for the Iranians. He's the person that was against the conflict in the first place. He's going to capitulate to like Iran's more leveled like position, and he walked out pretty easy, right? So it's kind of like makes Iran as kind of seems as if they're the ones that are not being genuine, like in the engagement, right?
Definitely say his stock went up, man. I mean, yeah, he's had the negotiations and stuff, and I think it's going to be a JD Vance, Marco Rubio ticket. Marco Rubio as the VP. I don't necessarily want Marco Rubio to be president, especially right away. Maybe down the road, if that's.
Because you're racist.
No, let me finish, Samoa. The reason why is because he is a little bit. Remember, he used to be in 2016 elections. Him and Trump were, having arguments and stuff, and he was definitely a puppet of the deep state. A little Marco and stuff like that. And he still has some deep state, swamp, ties that I worry that we're going to lose all of our mega gains if we allow Marco Rubio to take over the mega mantle. And all of a sudden it's just status quo, business as usual. I think we need the best option we have, I see, is JD Vance. And so it's nothing about racism. I'd love to see Marco Rubio be in a VP position and then eventually take over after, he gets, kind of JD Vance's agenda. And I'm curious to see what JD Vance's agenda is going to be, too, because it's never going to be like Trump. Nobody is.
Well, if you look at JD Vance, right, like the reason why the Iranians picked him is because the media that they're exposed to believes that through the Signal Gate leak, through the New York Times, through all these sources, the way that he responded was like, hey man, I didn't agree with this, but I'm going to try to make it the best because I am going to respect our president, and so on and so forth. Like, these are things that he stated himself, right? Marco Rubio, on the other hand, unequivocally has like, let's run it, right? Like, for people to be like, we need somebody to make decisive decisions, without this like teetering on the political like option, left or right, I think Marco Rubio has made his case, bro.
Marco will be a great VP pick, and because we need that toughness. I love that Marco Rubio is able to admit certain things. His speech on the floor about Obama, and the Iranian nuclear deal was amazing, nail on the head. I love what he's doing, and I love that he's a Cuban. Don't act like I'm racist, motherfucker. I love that he's Cuban. I'm hoping.
Damn, you're still holding on to that? That was 5 minutes ago.
I know, but hold on. I want to say this, though. I'm sure hoping, though, that we can get, before the midterms, a soft collapse of Cuba, and eventually, within 5 to 10 years, we can make it to where they have, just like the Mafia was hoping so, it'll be like Little Vegas. Maybe not really Little Vegas, but we can normalize relations. We can trade with them. They'll be out of the Russia, China, Venezuela, and we can start having, electricity goods, normalize relations, them being within 90 miles of the greatest country on earth. And that'll help them in the midterm. That'll help. That'd be a great agenda for J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. We know that. I almost feel like it's destiny here. Where we're going to have Marco Rubio in some capacity negotiating the normalization of relations, and it's going to be pretty cool to see.
All our mega games, if we allow Marco Rubio to take over the mega mantle, then all of a sudden it's just status quo, business as usual. I think we need the best option we have. I see
I don't want
is J.D.
95. I don't
Vance.
want 90.
You know, and so it's
J.D.
nothing about racism. I'd love to see Marco Rubio be in a VP position, and then eventually take over after he gets kind of J.D. Vance's agenda. And I'm curious to see what
So you do need a hardliner, so to speak. That's the term that's being used now to describe people that are like engulfed in their convictions. I think that Marco Rubio is pretty clear on like what the mission is, and he's battle tested. And you can't say he's racist. Just saying.
I'm not saying that, but you have to understand why we got Donald Trump, Samoa, is because of the people who were tired of the status quo. We were tired of people like Obama, who, had great speech capacity, but was ultimately full of shit. You know when a politician is lying when they open their fucking mouth. That is literally a saying you've heard before. We've all heard it. Okay, so people, this is literally why we have the Trump era. People dog shit on Trump because he's not rehearsed, but they sure do love how genuine he is. You can't knock him for that. He has no filter, and he shoots from the hip, and he says it how it is. We don't want to go back after all of these gains from the Trump era. And you might say they're not gains, but I do, because it's changed the political landscape forever. We crave people that are more relatable, that are less rehearsed, and that are definitely not swampish and status quo. And a lot of people, I think, Samoa, are very concerned about Marco Rubio's ties to the status quo. You have to admit he does. I mean, he has a lot of those. He was part of the swamp, little Marco. He was being accused of being a direct puppet from the Republicans that did not want Donald Trump to even be in office in the fucking first place. And you know that Marco Rubio was willingly taking on that mantle to fight Donald Trump. And they would have loved to put someone in like Jeb Bush or Marco Rubio to continue the status quo. I'm never going to forget that. And if you think that MAGA is going to go ahead and put in somebody with ties to the status quo so willingly, I don't think you understand MAGA.
Yeah, I think the argument here that you're making best fits J.D. Vance. So when J.D. Vance says that Donald Trump could either be like a Nixon or a Hitler, obviously the J.D. Vance is like, whoa, there's something up with this guy. And all the Republicans thought the same thing because they didn't know exactly like how he would govern. But then after his first term, you started seeing people change their position. And you have to allow them to change their position. You're talking about a person that understands the political, arena at the time. And they say, how do we get things done? We can't just put these Democrats in a box and just lock those the key away. We have to kind of like have diplomatic or like bipartisan cooperation. That's fine. So Marco Rubio is making his decisions based off of like what Donald Trump has been saying, which seemed a little extreme at the time, and it seemed like it wouldn't get anything done. So you could just say, hey, Donald Trump's not ready. He has absolutely no history. J.D. Vance held the same exact sentiment. So the argument that you're actually making against Marco Rubio, you'll just make it against J.D. Vance. You just say J.D. Vance had the exact same reservations.
Well, he had reservations, but he wasn't accused of being tied to the swamp. I mean,
Then what do you call it?
Well, I would say that a lot of people had the reservations. Even I did initially. When I first heard of Donald Trump, I was a Ted Cruz guy at first because I just didn't trust the guy. It took me a while to. This was 2016. This is way back when. But initially, I was reserved to the guy. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, Samoa. I bet you were too. It took you a while. It took a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Well, okay. Well, then you have blind trust that people have to show themselves for a while first, and so I'm not afraid to admit that at first I was apprehensive of Trump, because like I said, I didn't know. I didn't want an entertainer. I wanted a president that actually does his job and is tough and strong, and he's passed with flying colors. Better than my expectations in a lot of ways. And so, but that's something that, a lot of people felt, and so there's nothing against J.D. Vance for doing that, but the thing that I didn't like about Marco Rubio, and I still don't hate the guy for this. He can't, it's politics, but the swamp, the status quo Republicans, the Jeb Bushes, the Bush family, the fucking swamp, the McCain, the John McCain, the Lindsey Graham, the status quo did not want Donald Trump in there. Nobody wanted him in there. They laughed about it. And then when it started to become clear that he was a powerhouse, they tried sabotaging him at every turn. And when people started dropping like flies, when they realized they couldn't prop up Jeb Bush to take over the mantle like the old days, who did they task to fight Donald Trump? It was Marco Rubio. And they, and Marco, I'm not saying he was, completely at fault for this because he wanted that spot, but he absolutely was trying to help sabotage Donald Trump and was hoping that, the status quo was hoping, praying that they could at least keep the normal status quo if they could just get Marco Rubio in there. And that didn't work. Donald Trump ended up winning, luckily. But so, that's the thing. Nothing like that happened with J.D. Vance. Okay, J.D. Vance didn't have that type of thing. He earned his way up there.
Would we be doing what we're doing right now?
So Marco Rubio is making his decisions based off of
what we did in Venezuela.
A little extreme at the time.
Probably not Iran, maybe Venezuela, probably not any president besides Trump.
Right, and that's the point I'm making, is that when you have a person like J.D. Vance there, these conflicts would have never even been entertained. The whole signal gate would have never happened. He spoke against that. As far as securing the threats of the Houthis for allies over in the Middle East, you clearly see that there are interests that we have there. Then we're moving towards Venezuela. He's silent on that. They kind of move him out. Then when it comes to Iran, they got to go back.
By the way, about that, Samal, by the way, do you admit finally now that it wasn't about the drug boats?
16, this is way back when. But initially, I was reserved to the guy.
All this dream about it.
You were too. It took a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's horrible. Like, whoever thought it was about drug boats.
Well, initially, before he got Maduro, remember you did.
Oh, you're wrong.
Okay. Say they're not games.
It was yours. Like,
no.
What you said was you were scared, and I used the word purposefully. You were scared that it was going to turn into like a never-ending war.
Yeah, I was afraid that it was
And what I said was, no, the objectives are different. They're using the drug boat as a catalyst to justify how they're seeing the reason for this blockade to seize the oil, the sanctioned oil, and all these things to put pressure.
I don't remember how that went.
Just you're taking a position that this is going to be a never-ending war, and I'm saying that it's not going to be a never-ending war. But you can clearly see that what I'm talking about was absolutely accurate.
No. So you're getting ahead of your skis here. So what the argument was, remember, I said, and you gotta let me finish here, I said, I don't want this to be a forever war. Clearly, this is not about the drug boats. And you as well as the man Kennedy, another guy was saying this, but yes, it is about the drug boats. And I was like, dude, these drugs are not even fucking going directly into America. They're going into Trinidad. It's clearly not about the drug boats. It's for something else. For something else bigger. And you're like, no, it's about the drug boats, man. I mean, we just have to wait and see, but it's about the drug boats. I'm like, no, it's something bigger, clearly.
But let me just come to that, like, your recollection stuff. I'm just saying that
But let me just point this out. I'm saying that once they designate certain entities as being, let's say, narco, right? Then it allows you to use certain tools within the toolbox. So if you have to justify the position of your military
based off of like what Donald Trump has been saying,
part of the world, by saying, hey, there's drug lords coming here, this is aligned with this justification because of this designation by the state, by the Secretary of State. That's why neighborships are here. I'm saying that that's the catalyst that they're using, not the actual, like,
That's what I was trying to say. I was like, clearly it's not about
bro, that doesn't make any.
Yes, yes. I was like, clearly, because I was mad about it, because I was like, bro, like it seems like they're posturing to invade Venezuela. I said, I don't know what the aim here is. I said, I don't want this to be a forever war where they invade. It's clearly not about the drug boats. You're like, yeah, it's about the drug boats. And then later on, I even admit, hold on, you gotta let me finish.
You just repeating the same line.
A couple days later, though, I admitted I even said, because after they got Maduro, and it was fast and we got out of there, and I watched a couple of AI telly videos and stuff, which was really good. I understood that this was a bigger thing. It was about China. It was actually about...
Who told you that?
AI telly did a fucking YouTube video.
I told you that. What the
No, you didn't, motherfucker. You're high as fuck, Samo. You are not that smart, bro. I know you're smart, but dude, come on. Like, I literally was like, dude, this is not about the drug boats, brother. Come on. Don't you dare act like you know everything now. Come on.
Accused of being
You're not going to say you added in China?
from the
You're
Republicans.
going to say you added in China? Come on, bro.
With all due respect, like there's certain people that are on the level, but sometimes you start talking. Everybody that understands what's going on understands that Venezuela, Iran are clear from all of these countries. They're not on the same level as China or in America. So every move that we make is to secure our dominance or in our hegemony within our region. This is why they call it the Monroe Doctrine, right? You can clearly see that everything is pointed towards China. We knew this from the very beginning because Trump said so.
When J.D. Vance says
What the hell's going on? This is horrible.
be like a Nixon.
Like, how do you not know this, bro?
Obviously, J.D. Vance is like,
Obviously, you guys
You gotta stop that because if you are so if you are so right in your conviction, if you are so smart, let me hang myself by letting me finish. You can't interrupt me because all of that is convolute things. It makes the change. No, I'm not. I'm not.
The votes. That's what you're doing.
Buddy, what I'm gonna add though, it's crazy, Samoa, since you're so smart. You know how to mute up for a second. You know how to give people an opportunity to say their side here. Unless you're just full of shit and you have to butt in to fill in your stuff. That to me it seems like a guy who's not that confident if you have to keep on interrupting me. Because I mute up, let you go. You don't let me, you don't show me the same.
Okay, we're moving the show on. I don't want to hear any more talk about how you're over talking people and this and that. We want content. We don't want people complaining. This is J.D. Vance failed to negotiate peace. What's next? There's a lot of speakers in the audience here. If you have an opinion, raise your hand and you will be given 30 to 60 seconds to tell us your opinion, how you're feeling, what you're thinking. Look at all these beautiful people here in the audience. It goes on and on and on. We're the #1 room on Clubhouse right now, and it's all because J.D. Vance failed to negotiate peace, and we're trying to figure out what's next.
I was a Nazi for that. Anyway, sorry.
I see we have Joe B down there, a campaign contributor who is the daughter of a former NSA official and herself has worked in counterintelligence and intelligence gathering. We have other beautiful people in the audience I see here.
He's trying to come up, John. A bunch of people are apparently.
We even have Steve Appel in the audience. I just live streamed Steve's Ask the Atheist onto YouTube. Thank you, Steve, for the incredible content as always. Welcome to the stage, TC.
Bro, I had my hand up for like 5 minutes, bro. This is damn near.
My bad. You know what it's like when you're a wedding planner and you gotta take a lot of photos and videos, and you can't eat. You gotta wait till everybody else eats, then you lose the contract because you complained. Welcome to the show, TC.
Yeah, clown. You wish I was a wedding planner. Keep to your antics, bro.
Lay off the HGH, TC. Do you want to talk about why JD Vance failed?
Talk about it. Yeah, listen, JD Vance was.
Let's talk about it. Who says that? That's my favorite guy. He's not here anymore. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, JD Vance was never empowered to win in the first place. I don't know why Trump sent JD Vance over. Maybe because he's trying to diminish his profile, his political profile for 2028. I have no clue, but he should have sent Marco. He knew sending whoever he would have sent over there would have never achieved a successful negotiation. So what I think he did was he threw JD Vance into the fire to take the loss. Because normally, who do you send? You send your number one guy, who's Marco Rubio, who's the most talented diplomat this country's seen in a long time. Okay, it's probably going back to the 1950s. But that's what you have. You have J.D. Vance, who's the Vice President of the United States, who initially didn't want to be in the war in the first place, forces him to go and negotiate. You know you're putting him in a losing situation. He's not empowered to win. He goes in, he does the 21 hours, comes out, says, sorry, no deal. It's exactly what Donald Trump wants because he was not interested in a deal in the first place. He's tightening the noose. We're seeing this in this Hormuz Strait by setting up this naval blockade. Effectively, what that does is it delegitimizes the leverage that Iran had over other world economic powers to pay the toll to get past the Strait of Hormuz. You effectively delegitimize that, and now nobody gets through.
Angel.
So it defangs the one calling card that Iran had against the United States. Now Iran has no cards. They don't control the air. They don't have intercontinental ballistic missile systems or any ballistic missiles technology operable right now. Their defense systems are weakened. They've dismantled, America has dismantled their political infrastructure by removing the Ayatollah Khomeini, okay, and his band of thugs. Former president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, is gone. All right, so there's effectively no IRGC structure in place to control the fallout of this war, and you've crippled them economically. Now they can't trade with anybody. There's no money coming in. There's no money going out. They are sitting ducks. Okay, and Trump has strengthened his hand. Good job to him. We'll see what happens in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Hang on. All right, no. I don't think so.
Wait, who are you, dude? I'm going to finish my commentary. Thank you. I thought you were a moderator.
Excuse me, I'm here.
What the hell is going on?
It's shooting ducks.
All right, so like I said, we're not going to have to wait long. This is going to be 2 weeks max. Trump's going to effectively negotiate the ceasefire. Iran is going to scream uncle, and the rest is going to be history. We have effectively dismantled their nuclear program. They will never have nuclear weapons. They're going to have to turn over their uranium that they have, which is like 4 or 5 scuba tanks worth of enriched uranium at this point. And then we'll set up monitoring systems so they can no longer proliferate nuclear options.
Damn, man. Bro, like,
I want to tell you something, guys. Please shut up.
Wait a minute. Can I respond to that real quickly? TC, man, like, I'm an American, man. I love what Trump's doing
I'm
here.
American too.
Hold on a minute,
Ladies
man.
first. You are not American.
Yes,
you
I
are
am.
not American.
Yes, I am.
Ladies first.
Okay, Mom, let her go. Let's go with ladies first. Mariam, but you got 30 seconds. I'm going to time it. Go ahead. You got 30 seconds, Mariam. No, cat got your tongue?
Please talk.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Iran war, JD Vance peace deal, Israel, USA News. Raise your hand if you want to come up. Miriam, we're going to give you 15 seconds now. Otherwise, TC Mountain, please complete.
My mind's fresh here. Can I just respond to that, please?
Move it. Go ahead, Mountain. You got the mic.
All right, I'll be fast. TC, man, we have to be realistic here, man. Like, the North Koreans have some of the most complex tunnel network systems in the world in North Korea. We know that for sure. Concrete reinforced has sent over many engineers to Iran over the years and helped the Iranians build vast tunnel networks, concrete reinforced tunnel networks. And the country is twice the size of Texas. So before you say that we got all their uranium, that's not likely true. We're trying to find that right now. Okay, that's why we're negotiating and saying please give it up. See, there's pictures, and I'll put it in my PTR outside the Natanz facility. Let me finish, please.
Yeah, go, sir, go, Bible. Stop getting me downstairs, Bible.
All right. There's pictures outside of the Natanz facility. I'll put it in my PTR of rows of trucks outside. I'm putting it in there right now. And these on the back of these trucks were casks. These casks, they hold enriched uranium. They can move this enriched uranium, and that's what they did. So they have it hidden somewhere in this country. So before you say mission accomplished, and you know that we destroyed their nuclear, that's not likely true, dude. Unless you have some fucking advanced knowledge that I don't. But that's definitely not true. That's why we're negotiating. Also, they're still fighting in a lot of ways because the IRGC is highly decentralized. So it's not over yet. But it's going to take the people. It's going to take the people really to overthrow this country too. It can't just be American military alone can't do it. We've seen this before. Let's be realistic. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Jackson, welcome to the stage. TA, Alex, Obey, TC, Miriam. This is the Iran War, JD Vance Peace from Israel USA News. If you're in the audience and you want to say something, raise your hand. We will bring you up. I just invited Joe B. Wallace if you want to come up. Always complaining. Any other complainers, come on up and complain if you want. This is the Donald Trump Complaint Department as well. TC, do you have any other input that you think is of value?
Okay, I want to say something to you guys. Hi everyone, this is Marianne Mo from USA. I'm living in Irvine. And thank you guys for protecting me and save me. But it's too late, guys. It's too late for kiss my ass. It's too late for kiss my ass.
Crazy Iranian.
Okay, well, I want to thank you for thanking us for protecting you. And unfortunately, I don't really like it when people just keep repeating, kiss my ass. So we're moving this conversation along. We're shaking, we're dancing, we're having fun, everybody. Raise your hand if you want to tell us your opinion on this war. What's the solution? What's the conflict even about? Hello?
I wanted to respond to TC with a report. I'm mystified. I have to tell you, right now, I don't think that a lot of individuals understand the depth of our situation for it, but it's just more because of misinformation. We really don't have an idea of what's happening in Iran itself for it. I mean, they've destroyed I don't know which side you would blame for it, but the internet is not of usage in many sectors of the country for it. And I mean, there are some pieces of information, particularly to foreign news sources, But I don't think people see the bigger picture, and I think we can see the one which is directly in front of us. Our price increases in regard to gas. The fuel affects everything. You know what I mean? Everything, because everything that you use was bought there by some agent that uses fuel. So if it's in the process of saying like what the effects are or where exactly we stand, we can see that one very clearly. On the world stage, there are some countries right now which are in major cities are suffering blackouts because of the lack of oil. Many of them use the oil as needed. They don't really like build an infrastructure to hold tons and tons of oil that you're millions of barrels that you'll use each day is not practical. So many of those countries that are dependent on that oil, that affects not only the world economy, but it also affects like what's happening in those countries. So it's causing chaos all around the world. And the fact that J.D. Vance, which you can have your own opinions in regard to his political aspirations in regard to that, I really don't think that he has that much chance in this situation for it. Because remember, he was a big anti-war individual. He supported Trump like vehemently on the fact that there'll be no new wars. And here we are. And in that type of situation for it, I'm not sure he's in the party's grace, and he's definitely not in Mega's grace. So where do we stand? What happens? And I just think that if people would look at that larger picture as far as the effects not only on you personally, but also in regard to the world, this was not a good decision. It was not
Alec, can I ask you a question? What was the highest price that Obama had fuel prices up? I mean, for his national average. I'm looking here. That's $3.96, $3.97 per gallon in May 2011. So when Obama had national fuel prices at that high, $4 a gallon for fuel, were you guys screaming and crying?
Well, no. First, we were just coming out of the situation in regard to the housing crisis. Remember that? Do you remember?
Okay, it's the housing crisis, right?
Well, wait a second. So the economy was actually in recession at that period in which Obama took office.
What's crazy about that, though? What's crazy is all these blue states. You can't deny it, dude. You guys love your higher taxes. People are fleeing blue states because you guys make everything higher. Everything. But you cannot sit here and admit that Obama had things higher, too. You're okay with higher priced gas when it comes to green new initiatives. But goddamn it, when we're trying to disarm, a bunch of terrorists from nuclear weapons, now you want to bitch and scream about $1 higher per gallon. I think it's hypocritical, sir. I think you're hypocritical and you have selective outrage.
Well, now, okay, well, let's examine this for a more historical basis, okay? So then that way, the bigger picture may give us a little better perspective in the aspects. The United States has actually been playing in the Middle East for the last 50 years. We've caused a lot of upheaval, a lot of wars, change of regimes, so forth. So this is not something new. Many presidents have undergone the same type of situation and realized limitations in regard to what can happen in this. This one, we might say, was started by Israel more than the United States, without prudent sort of like thought as to possible consequences. But we're serving another agenda. So we're serving their agenda at this point in time. But now we're in a situation where, I don't remember, months ago we said that we had obliterated their nuclear program. Then we came back and said, like, oh, well, it wasn't obliterated. They were still, there's enriched uranium. Oh, but wait a second, but they have these other places for it. So why don't we do this? We'll just remove the entire regime. Well, that's funny, too, because now the new regime, which we can't tell what's happening in Iran right now, but maybe and possibly is, and all indications are, is the son of the individual who's like wife and children we just killed. Okay, so I'm not saying that it's like a victory. I'm not saying that it's something that was a planned situation, but right now I guess it's nothing at all. Because even the vice president can't negotiate some type of agreement.
I'm asking you, sir, are you going to respond to what I said? The Democrats in all their states with their higher taxes, for God's sakes, my parents live in Washington. I live in Montana. And, I'm paying, about $3.70 per gallon right now, which is high, but higher than normal. But they're paying $5 a gallon, man. It's the differences are striking from these blue states. Everything is higher, and that's why the people are fleeing those states. And you're going to sit here and bitch about higher prices when literally Obama had national fuel prices at that high. $3.97 in 2011. 2011, it's 2026, dude. Don't sit here and bitch about your selective outrage now, because you love higher fuel prices when it comes to, like I said, the Green New Deal initiative, the green initiatives. That's okay. That's okay with taxing, oil companies, their tax credits and getting rid of their drilling permits like Obama and Biden did. That's okay. But now you're bitching about us because we're intervening because it's $1 a gallon higher or so. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Mountain, wait, have you lost your mind? Listen.
I'm asking you what are you
going on? There is a war. Don't try to put Obama in perspective in regard to this presidency or that one. Don't try to look at it because this is a garbage presidency. This is a garbage. Don't compare those two. And the economic situation which was occurring for all presidents go through cycles themselves. You know what I mean? But nobody has increased the budget like Trump, right? No one. Where are we at right now? 37 trillion. Yeah. Okay. So don't give me all that. Don't give me. He passed Obamacare, which I guess try to kill it as you may, but and that still is in existence from now. And listen, it didn't cost $1 trillion. It didn't cost $1 trillion. So wait a second. This individual has passed legislation, and for the last two, this kills me with you, because even if you say that you don't like the Democrats and they're the blue states, oh my God, the blue states actually pay more of the taxes which are necessary for the federal government than the red states. They actually pay their bill, and that's because of all those taxes and things. Also, cost of living.
Show me.
What?
Prove it.
The blue states do not pay more.
A little bit, Bill. What are you talking about?
In regard to the taxes which are paid by the state of California, the federal taxes do not exceed exactly what other states can actually pay. Some of the states, such as Mississippi, which are for overall revenue issues for it, are not able to pay their overall federal tax. The bill does not compensate the federal government in regard to its overall budget. Is that what you're saying is not true?
That is what I'm saying. I live in the Midwest.
And?
TA, why don't you answer Mountain's question about the oil price, the gas price? You're just slipping around and slicking, trying to get away with that.
Trying to hold on to. Okay, what's the question?
The question is because you were the one raised about the gas price as a reason for against the war, and the Mountain just refuted you. Why don't you answer to that question?
Okay, so the first question in regard to it, as I said, because of our interest in the Middle East, oftentimes it has affected situations in regard to pricing. And oftentimes it may be something that, certain countries decide to hold. OPEC is a very strong agency for the idea. I mean, it's a major currency. Now, there are times in which oil prices increase depending upon overall demand or structure problems in regard to environmental issues as well for, things. But there are times in which the over amount of oil doesn't flow as frequently. It really doesn't matter for the U.S., right? We have reserves, we do shale, we do all of these other aspects that we could supply our need and what we can.
E85.
Yeah, we got all kind of stuff. But it does affect the world market in regard to the price of oil. In this situation, Trump has...
Tommy, did you go do what I asked you to do? I said, bring your basket in here, baby. Big girl.
All right. So anyway, the...
Dude, he was talking to you, TA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, what? If you look at it in regard to oil prices will fluctuate, usually by slow numbers, right? What was the oil price in regard to the beginning of the war, and what was the oil price in regard to the next 3 days after the war? In that aspect, for it, Obama never caused you an oil increase in such degrees in regard to, because like some supplies.
Okay, but Alex, here's the thing. Where
This is an amateur conversation. Oil always goes up in wartime. Always.
Well, yeah, it's
always.
Yeah. What's crazy about that? Well, Alex, hold on. You do know that. So Obama and Biden, the reason why fuel prices went up under them significantly was because they are simply unfriendly towards the oil companies. So I'll give you an example. I worked in the Bakken oil field in North Dakota, so I know what I'm talking about. The oil fields, the oil companies, they get credits. They get credits, and basically tax credits that are given to them, because they got huge startup costs. These were wiped out, taken away by Obama and Biden. Also, they have to have permits to drill. These permits, a lot of them were taken away. Pipelines that were in effect, like the Keystone XL pipeline, canceled because these presidents are unfriendly towards oil. When you're unfriendly towards oil, you end their tax credits, you end their drilling, licenses. You make it tougher for them. Then oil prices go up. But you don't say nothing. Okay, but yes, during wartime, temporarily, we're going to see some increases in fuel, but it's temporary. But the selective outrage with you is fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. You don't give a fuck that all these different, people are, like I say, running away from those states you're talking about that pay. And New York, California, they're in huge debt. They spend way more than they're taking in. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. My parents live in Washington. They just incorporated in March, 29th, 2026, they incorporated a 9.9% wealth tax, where if you make over $1 million a year income, you get taxed 9.9%. That might not seem like a lot to people, but nowadays, $1 million, especially in a state like Washington, is really not all that much. Being a millionaire nowadays, $1 million is really not that fucking much. I'm just, and you say 9.9%, Crimea River, I get it, but it's a slippery fucking slope. And this is what's happening in these states. This is what happens when you have a Democratic leadership. And you're going to sit here and bitch about Donald Trump trying to disarm the mullahs. Whatever, man.
Let me take you back a little bit. You're selective. In regard to, what did Trump say that he would do the first day he got in office?
Free Palestine.
Free California. Well, we worked on that, right?
He claimed to end the war.
Okay, yeah, that was it. And what else? I'm going to bring down prices. I'm going to bring down inflation, right? So I'm just saying. So then he, went to work at it. He went to work in regard to the I suppose, implementation of the tariffs, right? You remember those, the big tariffs to bully other countries in regard to situations forward, to wreck the world economy, just back and forth, like just uncertainty. You remember that? Well, then we kind of get to our situation in regard to the tariffs are ruled unconstitutional. That's illegal. You can't do it. So now we're at a situation in which, was that the economic policy?
Is that your opinion that it's illegal and he can't institute tariffs? Or is that a fact that he can't institute tariffs because it's illegal? Which one is it, TA Alex?
The cost that you suffer in South Dakota in regard to the changing of markets, the uncertainty which occurs in regard to unstable markets, particularly, remember Trump said, I'll let the oil companies go wild. You can go crazy. You can drill everywhere you want. Give me $1 billion. You got it. Any place you want to go. And in that sense, I would have thought that the oil industry would be doing fantastic, would be doing great.
Okay, TA Alex, you got 30 more seconds. You got to land your plane. 30 more seconds tops.
He said drill, baby, drill.
Oh, no, I'll land it there because I'm just, I'm just trying to state facts.
Got it. Facts are often confused. Facts are often confused with opinions. Do you agree with that opinion, Alex?
I heard somebody say that facts don't care about your feelings. Is this true? Could anybody help me with this?
Yes, but it's also my opinion that many people's facts are just their opinions. Alex, would you agree with that opinion?
I think that if you have an opinion, it should be based in information. I mean, I go with the scientific method. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
got it. So you use your power of observation. Okay, then you make a hypothesis. Got it. All right, well, El Normo is here, the surprise guest, ultra luxury 5-star clubhouse superhero host of your dreams, to give you the truth, the facts, not opinions. Take it away, El Normo!
Well, our president has said that if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to take it. And he's going to rename it the Strait of Donald. He's going to put the name Trump
The Strait of Trump!
completely, and he wants to mix it up to keep people from getting bored, and so he will call it the Strait of Donald.
That's big. That's bold. That's huge. Can you imagine how big it is when it gets straight? Jesus.
Can I say something?
Yes, you may say something, my son.
I'm sorry. Just want to read you something that one of the Iranian parliament member just tweeted a while ago regarding the negotiation, which is related to the room topic. And he mentioned that we didn't achieve the agreement because they wanted to join the share with Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. And second, they wanted 60% of uranium to leave Iran, and they wanted to revoke the right to enrich in Iran for 20 years. So he mentioned these three things as a main object that they couldn't achieve an agreement on this negotiation, which is related to the room topic. I just want to mention that.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to teach you a song in Farsi. Is that okay?
Oh, must be nice.
Yeah.
Palestini, beaucoup to connect, beaucoup to connect.
You know that I'm not the IRGC supporter. I was just mentioning that what is he just tweeted regarding the room topic. I'm not never ever supported these guys. They're lunatic, and I know that you know that I went to one of these guys' room, and I was just thinking to just go over and see what they are really thinking. You know, they count on the people like T.A. Alex. They think that they want to put pressure on Donald Trump to withdraw from the war, and they count really on these guys.
You mean they're weaponizing Americans' impatience with war?
Yes, they count on it. They think that probably the pressure from inside the U.S. will push Donald Trump to withdraw from the war, and they have this narrative among each other that probably the parliament will not accept Donald Trump to continue to have a war in Iran, and that's why they are still resisting, so that they will reach to that 60 days, and so that they will reach to that point that Donald Trump withdraw from the war.
Some people have called it the enemy within.
Exactly. They the IRGC counted about.
I know. It's an old technique. It was even used by the Soviet Union of weaponizing protest movements, anti-war sentiments, even racial conflicts in order to achieve their aims abroad.
Amazing. You bring up racial conflict because, interestingly enough, after the IRGC is destroyed, reparations are going to be paid to the Iranian people, the victims of the IRGC, in the same way that the victims of Hezbollah and the victims of the terrorists in the Gaza Strip from Yasser Arafat. We're already making plans to take $8 billion from Yasser Arafat's daughter to make reparations to Israelis killed in bus bombings, disco bombings, other terrorist bombings. Reparations is a big thing.
But we can't afford reparations for anybody.
Well, I've also put forward plans to do reparations for Republican Union soldiers who sacrificed their lives to free the African American slaves, because without their sacrifice, there could be no liberation. So reparations for everybody.
The president feels that the 2020 election was stolen from him, and he's asking for reparations.
I thought he went. I thought he won.
So we also have Blake and Hanson on the stage. Anybody else in the audience want to raise your hand, give us your opinion, tell us what you're thinking? This is the Iran War JD Vance Peace Room. Israel USA News. Like the House. Vote in the poll. Should Trump deploy the Marines and the Army to secure the Iranian nuclear materials? Yes or no? Deploy the Marines or no? Just bomb them strategically.
Trump wants to rename the Persian Gulf the Gulf of Trump. Anybody in favor of this?
He's a joker. Y'all are jokers.
What I don't understand is if he closes the strait and blocks it, and they lose business, nobody can go in and out. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? And if he does rename it, will it update the GPS systems on all the oil tankers coming in to take the oil out? Also, don't forget, Trump has told the world that America is the world's largest oil producer. So bring your ships to the Gulf Coast. Bring your ships to the West Coast. Bring your ships to the East Coast. We will fill them with our beautiful, luscious oil.
But we don't even talk about what we have, air quote, stored and saved. And we don't need to.
So I want to thank everybody for coming. If you're in the audience and you want to tell us your opinion about this war, about this conflict, about Donald Trump, we are here to receive your complaint. Thank you for being here. We hope you have fun. Like the room, follow the mods, and raise your hand.
Also, the management will be accepting wagers on when the war will restart. Please pick a time. Please pick the amount of money you would like to wager. We will have an under-over.
Yes, for TA and everybody, if you look at the Brent crude oil futures, the average crude oil price during the Obama administration is $83 per barrel, and during the Trump administration till now is $72 per barrel. So Obama is so much higher. The oil price is so much higher than the Trump administration. So, is that scientific enough for you guys?
Okay, I'm going to play a clip from you. This is JD Vance, released 23 minutes ago. Here we go.
And we've had a number.
My bad, here we go.
Of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've been trying to achieve through these negotiations.
Now notice the difference between an affirmative action and an affirmative saying is that action speaks louder than words.
Their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. We just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. We were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it.
Now, everybody always says final and best offer is the first offer. I don't like that. I think that, kind of undervalues possibly the applicant or the applicability of the situation. Anyways, we just heard from J.D. Vance, the number 2 in America, tell us that we are looking for affirmative actions where it's not just talk, and it's not retooling, because we want to know for sure that the Iranians are never going to have the options, the capability to build a nuclear bomb quick enough to pop it off to commit mass genocide and murder and chaos. So, welcome to the room. Please vote in the poll. Follow your moderators. Raise your hand if there's something you want to say. Is there something thinking in your brain? Is there words thinking? Do they want to come out? Do you want to talk about that? Raise your hand. Let's hear from you.
Can I say, I think some special forces incursions would be good to secure these things, but we have to know where this shit is. And like I say, man, I've done research on this. We know the North Koreans and the Iranians are really tight. We know the North Koreans have got very good engineers that have, like I said, concrete reinforced tunnels, thousands of them, up to 4,000 we have identified. So they've come over to Iran and for years have helped the Iranians build tunnels just like this. I suspect, and our intelligence agencies suspect, they're in some of these vast tunnel networks. So it's gonna take a whistleblower, or it's gonna take them, admitting where it is. It's gonna be tough, man. But there's some silver lining. If what they're saying is true, they have enough 60% enriched uranium to make 10 or 11 bombs. But that would take them 2 years to get to that 93% enriched uranium to make the bomb successfully. But the 60% enriched uranium they have, they could give it to any of their proxies if they wanted to pull a wild card. And these proxies can hold a whole city hostage by releasing this shit. So, I don't know. The nuclear bomb shit, we have to find it. We have to find the enriched uranium. So that's kind of so. But once that does happen, send in some special forces. I would like special forces instead of conventional forces. Marines are still, they're special, but they're not known as special forces. If they send in special forces, recon units, you know what I mean, then we can still say, hey, it's not a conventional war. It's a special forces incursion. We want to make sure we still win the optics war here. We don't want the Democrats saying, ha, see, they're sending in troops. Well, yes, but these are special forces, all right? We do that all over the world, so. And that'll be effective, lightning fast. We get the shit, we get it out of there. That's what I think, so.
the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps is going to join forces with Palestine and drop exploding Palestinians on Israel. Has anybody heard confirmation of these rumors?
I have. These types of fragmentary weapons are very unstable, and they have to put these propellers and automated machine deployment systems. These fragmentary bombs are a problem. What do you think, El Normo? I mean, these cluster munitions, I was watching a video about how they work and how they're able to actually, supersede, anti-missile defense technologies like the dome system. So what's the solution? Destroy them in mass, or is it a war crime to deploy cluster munitions on civilian territories in the way that Iran is doing it in Israel? And, why aren't we seeing the videos? Is there a blackout on videos in Israel because they don't want to give up delivery and targeting, destinations?
Any truth to the rumor that Iran plans to drop exploding Palestinians on Israel?
But see, this clubhouse room is not all serious, ladies and gentlemen. Some of it's comedy, some of it is entertainment, and we want you to join the fun. So raise your hand and tell us what you're thinking. I just want to quote Pepe, the world famous clubhouse comedian and artist here, who says, that's my Pepe impersonation.
It's the Jews! It's the Jews! Let me add to that, please. It's the Jews! It's Israel! It's the Jews! It's the Zionists! Thank you.
That's not even Pepe's MO as far as the anti-Zionist rhetoric. That's not even his MO, actually. But what is actual is the backbending and backbending hope that our side is just really like, dude, we're trying so hard to hold on to old things. Like, you guys still believe that the Yankees are the greatest baseball team in the world. Like, you just have faith in this system, and you just can't. Oh, it's just like one of you guys just tried to own somebody up here because he said what was currently going on is a problem, and you brought up the last regime. Were you saying that during Obama? And that's just like in a current abusive spouse that's currently abusing the spouse. His defense for his abuse is to say, well, I ain't slapped you around as hard as the last guy did. The point is, we're still getting slapped around and lied to. There is no freaking real threat about nuclear capabilities, just as much as there wasn't any WMDs in Iraq. And you got history pattern in time.
How do you know, Blake?
See that?
How do you know?
The same, just as much as you think you know that they are there.
No, I'm asking you, how do you know there's no nukes?
My answer to your question is just as much as you are to believe that they are there, because you were told
how do you know
they
what
were
I
there.
believe? I haven't even told you.
I've heard your opinion.
What's
You're
my
for
opinion?
this war. You are for this war. You are for this war.
What's my opinion about the nukes?
You're for this war.
Okay,
so whatever excuse that was given for this war,
I thought
you're not going to catch me, and I'm going to keep it general, and I'm going to end my statement there.
You said that you don't believe there's a nuclear threat. And when I asked you, you said that's just as much as I believe there is one. So what do I believe about the nuclear threat? Otherwise, just tell us what you think instead of referring to me. Go ahead.
I told you what I think. You're trying to dig a little deeper than that, and you're trying to, you're trying to catch your moment to own, but you're not going to get it here.
Okay.
I know just as much as you know about this. That's the point.
Okay,
you need to fight on that.
Tell us what you know. Okay, what do you know?
I told you. I speculate that there are no true threats of whatever Iran has to throw at us.
Speculating.
It's all propped up.
You have no knowledge.
Just as much as you. Oh, you got your golden moment. Just as much as you have been told.
What did I speculate?
You speculate that they are a threat. You've been told that they are.
I didn't speculate.
You've been told that they are a threat.
Hang on. No, I didn't speculate. I cited 3 nuclear sites: Fordo, Natanz, and I think the last one is called Iraq. Are those not nuclear sites?
All right, you been to Iraq? Have you been there on the ground?
What was the third one again that I forgot?
Were you on the ground inspecting these sites yourself?
Hang on a second.
Were you on the ground inspecting these sites yourself, or were you told these are the nuclear sites that are a threat to us?
So your only source of knowledge is firsthand. If you don't see it,
No. What I'm saying is, all we have is second hand, and you believe the current narrative. I don't.
Wait.
So
No, we're not
we are
talking
the same
about me.
place.
I'll speak for me. It's about you. What do you believe?
I just told you what I said. And
You said you believe what I believe, but you don't know what I believe.
No, I said I don't believe it's a threat, and then you tried to go deeper and tried to make a comparison.
What is the basis of your knowledge?
You tried to test the basis of my knowledge. I told you I have foresight, hindsight. We got hindsight and pattern to show, just like the WMDs and every other damn skirmish we've been involved in, that we have enough to say, you know what? I can speculate that I might have to hold on this one. Because, there's a certain, you can use pattern recognition to say, hey, you know what, this time, I think I'm not with this one.
Yeah, Black Lake. Were you on the ground in Iraq?
No, I wasn't. Like I said, I was
hindsight. How did you know there weren't?
How did I know that they weren't?
Yeah.
Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
On the ground?
Because the same people because the same authority who's telling us that there was a problem has already. Because the same authority who gave us the idea, the same authority who gave us the idea that
one at a time.
You don't believe that, don't you?
You think George Bush
WMDs have come out recently and said that there weren't, and they made a mistake.
So
what are we talking about?
Why do you believe them this time? You don't believe them, right? Why do you believe them this time?
All you gotta do is wag a fucking tail, and you're gonna chase it like a fucking dog.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is wag a dog, and you just some fucking dog.
Wagging?
Because it's our side. Because it's our side. No, this is the truth about it.
Because
it's our
side. One at a time. Don't yell over each other. One at a time.
We can't be critical. Because it's our guy.
Hang on for a second. Were you finished, Hanson?
I'm just asking him.
Okay.
Let me finish. Let me finish,
okay,
all right?
One at a time, guys.
Yeah,
I'll bring you up when Hanson is done.
I'm just simply asking him a question. He said he will only believe his own eyes. I'm just asking him if he had checked the Iraqi ground with his own eyes. Second question is, if he hadn't believed the government, what government said, why is he believing what government has said this time?
Okay. So two questions. Have you seen hang on, 2 questions, Blake. Have you seen it with your eyes?
I never said
that. Don't believe the government. Hang on.
This question is invalid. Can ask the question.
Blake, listen to the questions. There's 2 questions. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, how do you know? And if you didn't believe the government before, why do you believe them now? Go ahead.
The same way that you haven't seen it with your 2 eyes. So
we're not talking about me.
No, we're talking about. That's what I was talking about. So that's what I'm gonna talk about. That was my point.
Talking about me?
No, I'm talking about the opposing opinions. It's called the opposing opinions. The opposing opinions is people who are for the war and people who aren't for the war.
Right.
The people who are for the war are not speculative this time around. The people who are for the war, who actually support Donald Trump, are now speculative of Donald Trump and the motives of this war. So that's all there is. All there is to it. You can't pin me. I'm not no loony left, no fucking crazy left. You're not gonna pin Blake Jackson. You're not gonna be able to. I'm saying you don't have facts. That's my point.
In other words,
you don't have the facts, sir.
Wait. It's fair to say you have no facts.
We're not talking about me. We're talking about the people who support this war.
So you're not talking
you
about
don't have the facts.
Norm, I'm going to drop you if you don't let people finish their thought.
I'm responding to something somebody else said in this room to say something about the current war and to say something about the previous administration. His question and critique was that people would not complain about when Obama was freaking having the gas prices up. And I'm saying that's a retarded argument because we can just circle that all day long. Hence, test it now. If this was retarded Biden war, our side would be hypercritical and would not be for this war. We have an example to prove it: the war in Ukraine.
So
most of us weren't for that war.
No facts at all.
You got facts?
Yes.
You got facts? You're on the ground?
Yes.
You have stated, you have what you believe you've been told.
Okay, so if I had
told by our government.
Do you want my facts or your facts? Which facts? You have
No, I have the same thing you've been told, and I'm choosing not to believe.
You don't have this. You don't know what
Choosing not to believe is different than just believing. Just because you were told, you were just told things.
Not to believe is different than believing. Is what you're saying?
No.
I thought you
it's totally different things. It's totally two different things, bro. And the end result is the same thing.
What's the end result?
The end result is us on the ground, people like you and me, we don't know the truth. We think we do, we don't.
Okay. Do you know the truth about anything? Or nothing? Is there a war going on? Maybe there's no war. Maybe there was never a war.
Well, who knows, Norm? I ain't going to go as far as to try to say that. What I'm saying is, this war ain't what it's about. And we're being told that it isn't. And if you say that it is, you have just as much. And if you say that the threat, if you say that the threat, the reason we're at war with Iran is because of some threat. That we're preemptively going in to stop them for something they might do. Then it turned into we're actually trying to assist and help the people on the ground who are being persecuted by the government. Then it shifted to some other shit. Then it became about the Strait of Hormuz, the strait that they closed after we attacked them as a defense for our attack. Because these people
I thought you didn't believe any of that. I thought you didn't believe any of that. Which part do you believe and which part do you not believe?
Dude, you can try to cold and hot me all you want, bro. Not everybody, bro.
Have you ever been to the Strait of Hormuz?
What does they got to do with anything?
Well,
have you ever been a quick trip? Have you ever been a quick trip in Minnesota to know anything about gas stations?
Yeah, well,
have you ever fucking hit a home run in your own life to know anything about baseball? Like,
yes, I have.
With this retarded logic.
Yes. Well, you said that I wasn't there.
No, I said you weren't there to inspect. You were not there without any security clearances to be able to get the nitty-gritty on what's actually.
Right. So maybe there's no war going on. They're just telling us that, Blake. What do you think?
I never said that. You did. You said that.
What do you think about that idea? Maybe there's no such thing as the Strait of Hormuz. I haven't been there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, cool.
So how do you know there's a Strait of Hormuz? You've never been there. Do you believe that the Artemis II just orbited the moon, Blake?
Blake is a flat earther. He has never seen the globe.
No,
it is or not.
The Earth is round, buddy.
How do you know? How do you know? Have you seen the globe yourself?
Have you been to the Earth?
This argument is flat, bro. It's already dead. Like
flat. Exactly.
No, your argument is flat. Your argument is flat. I'm not a flat. You see how you can jump so far to say because I'm on a different opposing side now on this very issue. Just a year ago, you and I would be buddies, and hanging out, barbecuing with our opinions together because we both agree.
No, you haven't answered the question.
But your question is fucking retarded. You're asking me, do I want
that you have seen?
No, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, that ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, dude, I did not say that. That is not where I came from. What I am opposing is the negative in that. You and I both know just about the same thing.
Okay.
Most of us who are on different opposing sides about this war are just voicing our opinions based on what we think we know and what we have experienced and the experience of the.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking your question. You haven't answered my question. You were the one saying that all you can believe is what you can see with your own eyes, right?
I never said that. I just clarified that logic. I never said that. I never said that. You are painting. No, you are painting that logic. I'm gonna go repeat it to you one more time, and I just said it, but you're not gonna take it because that's not how you want to get your nut off right now. Your nut off. You're gonna have to try this tactic with the crazy leftists, sir.
Well,
I am a conservative.
You are the very one we're talking about.
3 times. I voted for Donald Trump 3 times. You're not going to win with this logic. You can't have a straight conversation with me because you are too busy trying to test my logic, you motherfucker, instead of having a conversation.
That's what you said.
You're not, look, I am not a fucking defendant on the stand. I am voicing my opinion just as you.
In what year did you vote for Donald Trump 3 times?
And I will repeat one more time.
Yes.
You know just as much as I do.
Right. In what year
at the end of it
Donald Trump 3 times? Which year?
Had 3 elections, retard. 2016, 2020, and he just won.
Okay.
That's 3 times you get to vote for. That's 3 times you vote for.
2016, 2020, and what?
In his current presidency.
What year was that? What year did you vote for him the 3rd time?
We're about 2 years into his term. When did he get elected, Norm? We're about 2 years
Why
into
are you
his term.
asking me? You said you voted for him 3 times. I asked you when.
So how the fuck did I not vote for him 3 times if he has ran 3 times? What the fuck are you asking?
I said, what are the years that you voted for him 3 times?
Why is...
If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Do you see how retarded this question is?
No. What's the answer?
I'm not giving you the answer. You can check. You can do the deduction yourself.
Is it a secret?
No, it's called.
Oh, what?
Because you're being fucking stupid.
Okay,
we are currently in his current administration. He has been in office for almost 2 years. Okay. He has done half of his term. So you answer the question, you dummy.
Okay. So you want me to answer the question when you voted? But I didn't see you vote.
I'm choosing not to answer that. I'm clapping back by telling you he's 2 years into his current administration. Can you deduct from there when I voted for him?
I don't think you were ever voted for him.
When was I?
I think that's speculative. I don't think you voted for Donald Trump.
Robin, you don't think because I realized it?
Yeah, because I didn't see you vote for him.
Now?
What?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But I got a track record in this. I got a track record that you can use to deduct my position and see that I'm not lying. You'll be able to use pattern recognition.
Okay, everybody, this is Clubhouse. Please mute up. This is Clubhouse. Please mute up. Please mute up. This is a quick Clubhouse public service announcement. Clubhouse, for years, has been allowing speakers to come here and not get paid for their content. But now we have the gold coin opportunity of a lifetime. And if you haven't purchased gold coins yet, go ahead and just buy $5 right now. Test out the new features, see what it's like. And send me 1 gold coin, 2 gold coin, 10 gold coin. Make it 10, not 11, 10, not 9. if you're enjoying this content in the Trump America House, because these are some very intelligent speakers that have facts, not opinions. And obviously, nobody wants to listen to people's opinions. We want the facts. And Clubhouse has given us this gold coin opportunity to send me 10 coins right now. Go ahead. Who's going to be the first? Who in the audience here will send me 10 gold coins that I'll never cash out? Because they already deleted my other cash out account that I set up on Stripe because this app is so progressive. But here in this limited opportunity, we can give you the facts, ladies and gentlemen, not the opinions in this crucial moment in American history, in Iranian history, in Israeli history. This is your gold coin opportunity to have fun. That's the experience we want you to achieve. So if you're having fun right now, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not having fun right now and you want me to shut up, put a 2 in the chat. Okay, everybody, continue the conversation. I am complete. This has been your public service announcement from Clubhouse. Oh, Cat got your tongue now, huh? Well, I see there's a lot of 2s in the chat for me to shut up. Well, that's not a surprise, is it? Well, this has been a huge room. Look how many people are in the audience. You are what's making this conversation possible, the listener. And you have 2 ears, 1 mouth, or as they like to say, mouth. And so we have been discussing the truth of the earth from your birth until your death. And you have to ask yourself, is it worth it to be on Clubhouse, to experience this happening through your cell phone? Is it fun? Are you not entertained? So, Blake, what I think El Normo is trying to get through to you and maybe some other people is that there's this thing called philosophy. It's more of like a thing about life, philosophy of life, meaning that if you think your opinions are facts, and I ask you, is it your opinion that many people confuse facts and opinions, and you say no? Well, then you clearly don't understand that no one has any facts. It's always tentative. It's always changing. It's always dynamic. It's this thing called life. There's no guarantees. But the only guarantee on Clownhouse is that people are going to complain. And the truth is, there's no personal development. There's no real intelligence being exchanged. People aren't even loving one another. They're just fighting one another. So if anybody has any poetry, or they want to play some music and get away from all that politic, well, that's up to you. You have that choice to try to create something new in your own life at this very moment. Hello? OTA Alex says that Trump has no soul. Is that an opinion or is that a fact? Which one is it?
You know I can't speak for that. I mean, how dare you? But you listen, the individual has no moral compass, and I'm just saying that. And so, I mean, well, you take that for whatever you want. Just
look at him and his superior moral compass. His morality is so superior. He's able to judge the president as being immoral.
Morality. Hey, listen, did you just hear about the Pope? Did you hear what the Pope did? I'm just saying morality. I'm a Catholic, but so I'm gonna just tell you, we follow the faith, spiritual leaders usually don't get involved in such a small minor matters as war on the front pages anyway. Most of the time for it, it's a country too. It has it has an economy. It's ill affected as well. It has a stake. So therefore, but at the same time, for the leader of 1/5 of the world's population in regard to the faith, said that Pope, He said that this was an unjust war. He said that this was wrong. He said you can't invoke the name of God in regard to you.
What the Pope said, dude. Fuck that guy.
Of course,
I'm not Catholic. I'm Protestant. I'm Protestant because we do not care about you. Your Pope has no power, bro. Your popery and shit. We reject your popery and all your shit.
You're a Christian too?
Wait, hold on, Mountain. This ain't the Gangs of New York, Mountain. This ain't a Martin Scorsese film. Come on, Mountain. This ain't a Martin Scorsese film. Hello?
Well, really, though, honestly, he should worry about the abuses that have happened in his church before he starts talking shit. Okay?
Yeah,
So.
I mean, well, speaking of morality of popery, who led the many crusades against the Muslims? Why don't you ask the question?
Alex, nobody's knocking the Vatican, but I did see something interesting, actually, that the Italian government actually invaded the Vatican and ended their, fascist state in, I don't know what year it was. Anyways, it's a long and complicated global history. We're just trying to have fun here, and we're only trying to listen to facts, no opinions. So whenever I hear an opinion, I'm going to hit my opinion wooden drum here, and you'll know that my opinion is that your opinion is an opinion and not a fact. You understand how that game works now? Those are the new rules. Welcome to the game.
The Jews are running the world. The Jews.
That's an opinion. That's an opinion. Okay, who's going to voice the next opinion?
What about the crusade? Is that opinion or fact?
That's a historical fact, so there will be no wooden dinging there.
Yeah, the Catholics perpetrated the Crusades and the Inquisitions, from number 1 and 2, and the death, I guess you could call it genocide in Africa in regard to disallowing individuals for the use of condoms. Yeah, the Catholic Church did that. You got it.
Fantastic. That's a moral high ground.
Wow, the Catholic Church has done some pretty bad things throughout history. That's shocking news to hear. I didn't know that fact.
What church hasn't?
Well, the Catholic Church in particular is pretty big, right? And they make a very bold claim about their authority, don't they?
Yeah, the religious situation for you really can't. That has really no bearing in regard to.
Exactly. But why are you standing on the moral high ground? That doesn't exist.
Standing on the moral high ground because I support the idea that the leader of 1/5 of the world's population decided to say how bad Trump was. Standing on the high ground is just recognizing.
How's that high ground when you had all the genocide?
I mean, T.A. Alex, before he became the Pope, he was the son of a firefighter, and he covered up sexual abuse crimes in the Catholic Church. So I just don't understand why you think this Chicago Pope is holier than, Jesus Christ or something. The guy covered up sex crimes. Hello? Why do you think he got the top job? He was the greatest cover-upper, for the pedophile network. Hello?
I'm sure you recognize the fact that the church is in the process of major settlement in regard to that. And listen.
Yeah, multi-billions and billions and billions and billions and billions. And they got to sell churches and parking lots to build skyscrapers to pay off all that debt from all the fucking sex crimes they did with all those young boys and all those young girls that they were raping and molesting for decades and decades and decades, and then shuffling them around and moving them over there so they can do crimes over there, and then bringing them to the Vatican so they can hide out. Oh my God, it's like a criminal sex network. Hello?
You mean like the Epsteins? Like Epsteins?
No, I mean like a bishop, or I mean like a cardinal, or I mean like a pope who's covering up sex crimes, and then they got to pay billions of dollars in settlements. They're Catholics. They got the Vatican. They got their own state. They got their own religious fascist dictatorship in the Vatican. It's so beautiful, though. Have you been to Italy? It's so beautiful and the marble, and it's so luxurious. Oh, they live in such luxury, these pedophiles. Ooh, I love your red gown. It's shimmering. It's beautiful. Do you have sequins under there? Ooh, who's your newest boyfriend? Oh, you're going to San Francisco next weekend? Let's go shopping.
We just finished Lent, right?
Did you lend anybody money? Did you buy any new clothes for the priests? Ooh, have you sacrificed your child yet to the altar of puppery? Puppery. Somebody light the incense. Somebody light the incense and speak in Latin to me. It gets me aroused. Does anybody here speak Latin? Does anybody have any fragrant? Oh, it was Lent? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to explain to us what Lent means?
Yes, of course I will. You know, we celebrate the season of Lent for it. It's a time of sacrifice. You have to give something up. You know,
Gotta sacrifice a young child to my sexual, pederasty here at the Catholic Church. Anybody have any cute children? I went to Catholic Pope school. I'm qualified to teach the teachings of Jesus Christ and play with your children. Is that what the Catholic Church is all about? Is that why they gotta pay out all those billions of dollars? Billions! Billions and billions and billions in sexual abuse lawsuits! Personal injury, sexual abuse lawsuits in the Catholic Church with the gay popes, the gay Catholic cardinals, the gay bishops, the gay deacons, the LGBTQs everywhere these days, right out in the open.
Hey, Danya. Okay, well, listen. No one.
Wait, hold on. Let me get my opinion. Let me get my opinion bell here. Remember, that's when I hear an opinion, I'm going to hit it like that. Go ahead, please.
Move it on yourself. I appreciate that. Listen, no one can deny the evils that have been perpetrated by men in many different faiths against people. And that is one of the things that, we kind of would hope that people would move towards becoming better. The church evolves like anything else. But remember, too, that these are the institutions that help to build universities and hospitals. The concepts in regard to science and the advancement.
Oh, so they could build Medicaid and Medicare for trillions of dollars over 20 years. Oh, the scams and the sexual abuse never ends. Wait, let me hit my opinion bell. Oh, we heard an opinion, not a fact.
Oh, so wait, well, okay. I didn't get the click on mine. All right. So listen, the problem that we have in this situation for it, I think, is people don't really appreciate the history, not only of mankind, but just of what role religion played in it. There's evil people. There are evil people that do evil things all the time, whether it be presidents or popes or individuals. It's all about the power. We all admit that. We all come to the understanding in regard to it. But the thing is to...
Uh-oh, you know what? I think I just heard an opinion.
That probably is. But by the historical basis, as I said, the institution serves for a greater purpose, for the idea of community for several millions of people. And that kind of works in regard to times of strife. That helps them to get through situations. It is something that they may lean upon. So, all right, that's all good. Maybe a common thought. Maybe the golden rule: be kind to people, be merciful, be good. Those are the teachings of the idea of a church. It's not so separate the religion from the aspect of what we believe is the faith. And with that being said, too, I think it doesn't take a rocket science to recognize evil when we see it. It doesn't take tons of information in regard to recognizing what's happening in your world.
Uh-oh.
And to use common...
I think we've detected another opinion.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay, all right. Well, rocket science? Is that what? It's with that. I oftentimes find myself, I'm mystified by people that don't look at the whole picture in regard to the current administration. I'm mystified in regard to that.
Uh-oh, I think we've detected an opinion and a projection.
It's me. So I said I from the beginning. So I'll wear that. Just to the facts. Just to the...
Uh-oh, I think we got an opinion coming out about some facts.
The Pope said that war can't be waged in the name of God. Period. All right, that's why I land with that.
Oh, well, actually, since you're landing on an opinion...
It's mystifying to others.
Well, since he landed on an opinion, I just want to also land on another opinion. This man here is essentially promoting bullshit, ladies and gentlemen, because he's trying to present to you the opposite of the truth, which is his opinion. I rest my case.
FTA, you're appealing to authority. That's a false authority you're appealing to.
Here, I'm actually going to play for you a little harp here, because basically this is all you just did, Alex, with all your bullshit. Listen. Let me ask you this, Alex. Can you tell us what God's law is?
God's law? What do you mean? God's...
Let me repeat it for you. Let me repeat it for you slowly and clearly. Give me your definition of God's laws.
I don't think that God actually made a law, did he? I mean, we don't have anywhere. I'm not a big Catholics rewrote the Bible, so I can pretty much tell you. I mean, the New Testament anyway. But
Uh-oh.
I can't tell you something that would be like, oh, can you? I can get a fact of that.
I mean, okay, you guys just heard a claim that the Catholics wrote the Bible. And as everybody knows, the King James Bible is the best Bible of them all, because King James was one hell of a publisher. Wow, that guy could publish like nobody published. The KJV around the world is widely accepted as the greatest, the best, the most glorious of all Bibles ever printed, published, and mass distributed. Thank you, KJV, for that glorious historical book legacy. Wow.
You know, the Guggenheim, which is the first, like, it's written, didn't come out until 800, right?
Rabboni Shalom, the question, we're trying to get back to the question here, which was, what is God's laws?
Okay, let's just go to the Ten Commandments. I suppose that's the quickest reference you could use for it. And really, if you just go to the first one, love God with all your heart and soul. If you did the first one, you probably wouldn't have to ask any questions after the second, or the third, or the fourth.
Well, it's 10, not 11, 10, not 9. It's not 1, it's 10. It's 10, not 1, it's 10. Don't just say, oh, you just need number 1. Because really, that's just, it's all relative. Whether it's 10 or 9, but it's a total. It's 10 ones, really, right? It's not just 1. It's 10 ones. Hello?
But you asked me what I thought God's law was.
God's laws. What is God's laws?
Well, yeah, I think God's law is to love God with all your heart and soul and love one another. That's it.
Oh, that's it. All right. Well, that's one here. That's an opinion. Go ahead.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. You asked me. In regard to the second part, the Old Testament is filled with a lot of mysticism.
Mysticism? What is a mystic and what is mysticism? Hello?
Well, mysticism, I mean, is a belief in something which by all scientific means is not practical. You know what I mean? It doesn't meet any criteria in regard to being able to test it scientifically or to see what there would be a logical conclusion where it would occur. So when we look at things in the Bible and we say like, oh, the great flood, okay, what? What? The flood? That's not a...
Oh, I asked you what is mysticism, and after you gave me your opinion, I hit that. Hello?
Let me refrain from giving you an analogy for it. All right. That's my opinion. All right. I'm just saying, I was trying to get like an example. But that's what would be considered mysticism. It's just something which is not... It's unbelievable. Put it like that, the simplest word for it.
Unbelievable. Well, can you give me an example of something that's unbelievable?
That's why I say it, like the Great Flood. You know what I mean? Noah collected 2 animals.
The Great Flood?
Yeah.
What? Alex, what do you think the biggest difference is between Moses and Noah?
Moses freed the people, took his people out. Noah, he saved his family.
So one deals with family and one deals with nation?
Yes.
Kind of like a microcosm and a macrocosm, you might say.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. I mean, the Bible does provide us with examples throughout. Yeah, that's fine.
Did Noah commit incest or rape in his life?
I'm sure there's stories. But you know what? I won't discount the fact in regard to human behavior and what could possibly occur, particularly in regard to culture or in regard to like the time periods.
Wait a minute, are you one of those talking apes?
I believe in evolution, but at the same time.
If you believe in evolution, do you believe in like herd evolution?
To a degree. I mean, some specifics in regard to like it's the same thing that comes about with herd immunity. It's in the aspect of that grouping. In regard to grouping, does it work for us in all aspects for it or the lone?
Do you think incest can create mutations genetically?
Yes.
Do you think mutations are a requirement of evolution?
They are, but not in a negative sense.
Let's repeat that, ladies and gentlemen. Mutation is a requirement of evolution. That's an opinion, not a fact, right? We just confirmed it's a fact, not a...
Yeah, but I would argue that for the advancement for evolution to take place for it, nature tries new things. It tries in regard to seeing whether some things can show adaptability. You know what I mean? And some things as to whether or not it's a necessary need in regard to the earth.
Well, my only point is about when I was in high school in AP Bio and we were told that mutation is a requirement of evolution. I said to myself, you know, teacher, didn't you see Star Wars when the Sith Lord says only a Sith, you know, talks in absolutes? Because that's kind of an all or nothing statement. And it's a bold claim that backs up a theory. So I'm just trying to get to the facts, not the...
That's use scientific method. I mean, use the idea in regard to that conservation. I think that you would see it's like you can't really explain psychological conditions or conditions in regard to that deal with the genome without really sort of understanding. First, we are just diving into that. We're just beginning to understand exactly what that has as possible effect, only within the last 30 years. So when we talk about mutation, in regard to it, we know how to make new species of things, right? We know how to make new plants all the time for it. It's simple processes. And we understand, too, that it all deals with the genes. What if the genes are skewed? What if something happens in regard to, what if there's a chemical imbalance? We don't know what one of those factors may eventually affect an individual to incur autism or to incur mutation in regard to physical form. So that's still science which is being explored. So the fact is, we know that we are not, all these things are not just simply caused because, God said this child will be mutated, or God said that these individuals will be missing a gene or will suffer from sickle cell. God doesn't do that. It is the part of the evolutionary process, which testing things, try them back and forth. Nature selects, man survives.
On a typical Easter Sunday, these alleys would be crowded with Christian pilgrims.
You know what that sounds like? Somebody's knocking at that door.
Just saying. Trump sucks.
Well, that's just like your dude. Because for a lot of people, 60 million Americans, they are thankful that he's our president. And it's not even in comparison to Kamala Harris. It's thankful because of his decisiveness, his strength, his courage, his boldness, his patriotism, his love of country. And if you fail to see that, and again, you think this man has no soul, and I just gotta And see, that's your lack of spiritual understanding that's speaking there, because this is what I hear in a lot of these, even supposed psychedelic rooms. They all absolutely hate the commander in chief, but they're also suffering with pain in their own personal lives. And I gotta say, there's a connection there because they use Trump as a projection for their own anger, their own hate, their own frustration, their own anxiety, their own fears. Trump is a catch-all for your personal responsibility, and that's, to me, what a Catholic does. They defer the personal responsibility onto a catch-all like Jesus, a poor Jewish guy that got murdered by the Romans. Rabbono Shalom. And everybody who says that it was the J words, not the R words, Jesus Christ, don't you know anything about Christianity? So what we're trying to say is, when you come to Clubhouse to complain, and you think this is a complaint department, it's not layaway at Walmart. We're not the return section. We don't create these rooms as, customer service agents. We come here as opinion collectors. We're actually the garbage dump, and we run the waste management system here. Kind of like Tony Soprano, and in the end, don't forget, Tony Soprano had a spiritual revelation as he was, having somebody murdered and stealing from his rub job joint. He said, fuck it. Do whatever you want. I am complete, and I land my plane.
Maybe I have anger issues. Maybe. No, you know what? No, the hell with that. I guess everyone has issues. But nevertheless, there's some things which we don't project in regard to our emotions about. Common sense tells us that when something is
So you kind of hit the nail on the head there when you said, you know what? I got anger issues. Because honestly, that's what everybody's dealing with. If you come into a room that somebody else created and they're playing a game with you and you're getting angry that, you're being treated unfairly, you came into the room and you stayed in the room. That's a sadomasochistic, type of mentality where you actually want to abuse yourself. All I'm trying to say is, if you find yourself in a car and you road rage and you drive your car like a fucking asshole and you just rev that engine and you jam those brakes and you honk that horn and you get up on somebody's fucking bumper and you say, motherfucker, if that's how you drive, if that's how you roll, that's a you problem. You're stupid because your car won't last. Why destroy the vehicle? And why get angry because other people drive like fucking idiots, dummies, they're driving their car like they're suicidal. You see what I'm saying? It's self-harm. So this is actually an enlightenment, symposium, an enlightenment education room to use Trump as the vehicle of your salvation, of your liberation, of your enlightenment. Trump can do that for you, but you gotta let go of because you're not up there at the top of the hierarchy. You're at the bottom. You're in the sewer. You're in the gutter of Clubhouse. This is where dreams and opinions come to, it's all just being stored in Salt Lake City at all these data centers they're building. And, nobody at the FBI is going to waste their afternoon listening to your conversation about but the government will keep buying those with all your taxpayer dollars and even borrow to store you see what I'm saying? Alex, you haven't figured out the game yet, bro. This is your moment of coming to Jesus and saying, man, I got an anger management issue I'm still dealing with. And before I even deal with that, maybe I should just save till I can fix my anger. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? Hello?
No, I think I feel you. I think I understand for it. It's just things trigger me so easily for it. Like Epstein files, they trigger me. And I don't know why. I shouldn't let them trigger me for it. That's my own issues. You know what I'm saying? And it's things like emolument clause violations. You know, he gets a plane and all that stuff. And I'm jealous. I think it must be it. I must
When
be
I
jealous.
say, the three-fifth compromise, does that make you angry?
No, that doesn't incite me like those other things do.
I'm just being facetious, meaning that we could come up with a list of 100 of your top things that would annoy you, and we could talk about it. But again, that's all just word hypnosis, brother. And Trump does that game, and you fall for it. Everybody falls for that, but that's the boy who cried wolf. You know why the boy who cried wolf works so good? Because every time the boy cries wolf, it's like the first time he ever did it. There's no such thing as boy cried wolf. It's the opposite. Every new communication is a new hypnosis. It reframes all previous communication. And that's why there's no ceasefire, dummy. War is perpetual. War is a lifetime. War is eternal. And if you don't understand what that means, that's because you never read it in a book like I have. Hello?
Let me ask you, why are they playing with my emotions like this then? Why? What is it? Isn't that evil?
Well, the theory of personal responsibility is that you're actually doing all this. Now that's solipsistic, but the truth is, in Donald Trump's perspective, he is doing all this, and he actually is doing all this. That's the difference between you and Trump, TA Alex. Trump is actually doing this, and you're just observing the actual doing, and you got friction because you ain't actually doing it. Hello?
Hi guys, can I have a little objective on the vote?
Basil, let Alex respond. Alex, go ahead. You got 30 seconds, and then we're going to pass the mic to Dr. Basil.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe all these things, I should take personal responsibility. Maybe I do want, the things. I want the billions of dollars that his family is getting right now for it. And I'm jealous. And I want, the world to hate me in regard to. I want the whole world to just think that, and allies to just run in different directions in regard to when I ask for help. That's what I want.
So you're envious. You live in envy? You actually feel envy? Because sometimes there are times when I see friends or people I know and I see their Instagram and what they're doing with their lives, and I'm a little envious. And I'm maybe a little jealous. But at the same time, I know I got a good book that they ain't got. And they're just eating their way. They're just fatties. They're living I'm not saying it's not an amazing lifestyle, but they just a bunch of fatties eating all the time, posting on Instagram. That's so boring. Even though they're worth $100 million, living on a private island with their own goddamn coffee plantation. They got fresh coffee in their plantation, TA Alex. That's how rich these people are. They got $300 million yachts that cost $45 million a year just to operate. You gotta have $50 million a year just in operating expenses to operate your yacht. Alex, you are envious of the little things in life. We are moving the mic to Basil. Go ahead, Basil.
Sorry because I've interrupted you, but I have a little objective on the vote. I've already said that. I'm not a U.S. citizen, just as a start. But I'm seeing that the conversations in Clubhouse or in any part of the social media, whether Trump is good or right, or whether the war is going to a better, let's say, fate, or is he just colliding with the whole U.S. economy and the global economy. But there's a question that nobody is even asking at this point. Is this even moral, the bombing of school children or the bombing of civilians? Or even the invasion of Iran and Iraq like 20 years before. I'm not saying is it advantageous for the US or not, but even if it is advantageous for the US as a government and as a citizen, which I really doubt, is it moral?
Is it moral?
Is it moral? Well, we could define the words, then we could look at the perspectives, and we would get to an equilibrium, Basel. Because on the left or on the right, whether you're on this side or that side, everyone can and will justify their claims. And then we have to have a compromise about the words, and then there could be another escalation of violence that breaks out randomly. There could be secret intelligence operatives planning to do all kinds of chaos. And in war, World War II taught us a very bad lesson about all or nothing victories. That before Germany fell, there's like the Reichstag or something like that. I read an article about some battle. The position changed 15 times or 20 times, meaning that 1,000 people died here, 1,000 people died there, 3,000 died, then another 5,000 died, then another 3,000 died, all to take the position back and forth, back and forth. It's so crazy. So, Basel, it's a funeral procession, and you are observing funeral rites. This is a ceremony and a ritual, a human sacrifice on the altar of observation. So when you ask, is it moral? The question is, what are you looking at? How are you spending your seconds? Because you got 2.5 billion seconds to spend, Basel. What are you going to spend it on with your observation, with your conscious attention? How much are you going to get paid per second for your words? Because when you die, many people don't know this. You go before, God in heaven, and God looks at the accounting, does an audit, does some actuarial science, and says, this is how much you earned per second, and these are how many words you used. So it turns out, Basel, that the people who earn the most are actually the biggest talkers, like Donald Trump, or Sundar Pichai, or Tim Cook, or Steve Jobs, who turned into a fruitcake and disappeared and left his wife a $300 billion nest egg to enjoy. You could be the Walton family, and now you can't find qualified workers to fill your warehouse distribution wholesaling business, Basel. So I hope that answers your question. You have 30 seconds to respond. Welcome to the game.
I'm not very good at debate, and English is my second language. But I think that some, let's say, definitions or terms have been put on a spectrum. Like when I ask someone if it's moral or not, he responds like, you can say it's moral and you can say it's not. And I can, in the other way, respond in reverse. But I think that, like, bombing of civilian, or even the example that you added, World War II. World War II, nobody, at least I know nobody, that claims that the attacker, in this case, of course, the Nazi Germany, is moral in any way, or has any justification to utter that not just to Jews, but I mean to Poland, to France. Nobody had ever mentioned, or at least I didn't found somebody that mentions that there is a justification for the action of Hitler, because I think there's not.
Basel, is it your opinion? Is it your opinion, Basel, that there is a definitive World War I and a definitive World War II? And what does 1 + 2 equal?
I didn't get your question. Of course, there's a definitive war.
There's a definitive war, but isn't that just an escalation and a de-escalation? Or if you know mathematics and distribution theory, it's a sine wave. It's an up and down, a crest and a trough, a crest and a trough, a crest. So to say this was the World War I crest and trough period, this was the World War II crest and trough period, and this is the World War III crest and trough period. This is human history. This is the history of violence. Hello?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But hear me out. It is our duty as human beings to, let's say, alleviate this crest and trough. and prevent the prevention of the reach or the reach to this crest and war. Because I told you I'm not a U.S. citizen, but you as a U.S. citizen, let's say, claim to the world that you have, as a citizens, the democratic power to change the leaders and to change the direction of the government and the actions of the government and the consequences. But from the media, from the memes, from the news, I'm not seeing this as very efficient. Till now, I haven't seen the Congress accepting or approving or whatever the political term for it, the war itself. And I can't imagine the president of the most democratic country in the world taking the army and attacking and invading another country without the acceptance of the Congress. That's hilarious, to be honest. And to what extent can the president do? I'm seeing Trump here or there just doing, what's the word, presidential acts or presidential orders, just as if he's trying his power, if this will work, that will be cool. If this will not work, that maybe I should find another way for it. I'm sorry for my sluggish language, but I think the concept has reached. Did it?
Yes. If I can answer your question too, I think your initial question as to whether or not this is moral. And you have to remember that the United States has always held itself to be sort of a beacon of morality in regard to world affairs. So the people are somewhat confused. But in actual truth, a war without actual justification or something which is verifiable, something which is not sort of leaves uncertainty in regard to what its cause is or as to whether or not it's effective, or it could never be considered moral. You know what I mean? As Alistair said himself, the world is constantly at war. World War I and World War II were only a precipice in regard to what we consider international conflicts, all at once, nations building on one another for it. And we learn from them. We learn the detrimental effects to mankind, to society, all the way to the end, and what the potential consequences. So we also try to become more moral in regard to what it is we did. But we always we protect our interest. We protect our interest in regard to our economy and while making our money here in the U.S. We like our Waltons and our Gates and our even people like Trump. We have a different value system that also affects sometimes in regard to moral character. And sometimes that may kind of confuse the issue. But the overall with morals is this is immoral war, and we are moral people, and we object to it, at least to that level.
Well, I think we're in the same point. I'm not seeing a very conflicting ideas between our talks, and that's cool. But the thing is that I'm not sure if the international law was a bad trial to prevent World War II appearing, or World War. Of course, it didn't prevent. But I'm not sure if it is a bad trial to prevent the crest you have been mentioning, or is it just, let's say, a political arm done mainly by the U.S., which is the highest funder to all this international laws and international courts and all of this, just to make, I'm not sure, and for example, if an African leader had done a bad act, let's call it that way, that is not moral, he would be immediately, put as a criminal by the court, and his country will be immediately afterwards will undergo sanctions by the international law and the neighboring countries and the allies of the US. But if a European leader did it, it will be even harder. But if a US president did it, this will be, he will never be pointed towards as a criminal.
I'll tell you, our political structure is complicated. It takes time in order to address these issues as far as we don't recognize the World Court, which, as Trump said, we don't recognize any of the edicts or anything that they issue for the purposes of, or because it's convenient for Trump. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, you can call me a war criminal if you want to, but what you going to do about it? It's that kind of the bully attitude, which a lot of Megan people seem to like. So yeah, that's what it is in regard to that. But those things change in time. You know what I mean? Our system does constantly sort of, it swings back and forth like a pendulum in regard to it, and it's usually fed by discontent. And when that happens when we see major change, you know what I mean? Don't put out the lights yet. It's not all over. But at the same time, Trump is,
T.A. Alex, do you know what the difference is between MAGA and the word metamorphosis?
Please enlighten.
Metamorphosis deals with a butterfly and a chrysalis. Every good maggot knows that the MAGA larvae is ever crystallizing and metamorphosizing into something new, something more glorious than before its previous incarnation and transformation. So I just love hearing the very juvenile pedestrian use the word MAGA or maggot as if they don't understand the word metamorphosis.
Well, let me ask, will this metamorphosis include enlightenment, or will they still be...
No, that will be strictly be shunned as foo-foo magic spirituality and mysticism. None of that will be heard. Absolutely not.
You know, conservatives work to preserve the status quo, but maybe it goes backwards.
So one of my favorite ways to use Clubhouse and to experience the experience here is to play music and to read poetry. And if you haven't done that yet on this app, well, let's just say you're probably really boring in the real world. You could have an autistic social anxiety disorder. I don't know. But playing music, reading poetry, those are some of the greatest thrills and joys of life. And prior to this internet hypnosis of the cell phones and, electricity for that matter, families and friends and neighborhoods, they used to read poetry, operas, musicals. They used to perform. Who knows? They had to entertain themselves, right? Then the radio came along and everybody got hypnotized sitting around this fucking piece of wood shit. You're listening to Orson Welles fart and say all this bullshit. Everybody's easily hypnotized, just in the same way that right now, at this very moment, you're hypnotized listening to me, because every word I'm saying, every moment you give me the grace of your attention, that means the hypnosis is working. So I want to thank you all for coming to this hypnosis experiment. This has been, as T.A. Alex likes to say, he is a scientist. And he believes in the scientific method of observation and theorizing and replicating and proving over and over again that all communication is indeed hypnosis. And as I snap my fingers and you listen to my fingers snapping, you will slowly come out of this. There you are. Dehypnotized, reconditioned for excellence, reconditioned for purpose, reconditioned for glory, reconditioned for war. You'll be more patriotic, stronger, loving of your country and of your commander-in-chief than you've ever felt before in your heart, or more than you ever knew possible. If you've been suffering from Trump derangement syndrome for the past couple years or even decades, and especially if you're from New York, and you've always hated him because he was always in the billboard and you never were, well, that's okay. We can help fill your heart up too. We can make you feel love. We can make you feel joy. We can take you and lift you out of your deep depression of despair and anger and liberate you through Donald Trump. Now remember, folks, this is a proprietary liberation theology through the cult of Donald Trump. We are not associated with the Donald Trump administration in any way, shape, or form. This is purely comedy and entertainment. So don't take it literally. That's part of the joke. That's part of the shtick. It's an inside joke, but it's not, if you get my drift. It's just I'm not trying to condition you. I'm trying to hypnotize you, and it's working. Because you've acquiesced to superior intelligence, clearly. I wouldn't listen to somebody hypnotize me unless I thought maybe that person was intelligent, right? But how many people here day after day submit themselves to individuals who they willingly know are probably less intelligent than them, and they're not even saying anything intelligent on the app? You could be stupid, but you could read me something which is intelligent, and it would be valuable for me as the listener. But unfortunately, folks, you and I know that this app's a waste of time unless you're being entertained, or you're being informed, or you think a superior intelligence is speaking to you and it's of value to you, right? But as I just said, and as you are still hypnotized, we know that people come here to listen to people say stuff that's not intelligent. And it's a waste of their time. So clearly hypnosis is all communication. For example, if I say, let me see your right hand, and you give me your left hand, well, that hypnosis didn't work, did it? But if she gives me her right hand, and I grab it in my hand and I start massaging those fingers, those plump little donuts, and I start circulating the blood around the hand of my beautiful future lover, and she's saying, wow, that feels so good. Are you going to read my palm? I say yes, as I massage deep into the palm and I analyze her destiny and critique her choices in a pleasant, always inspiring and positive manner. We come to the conclusion that a massage is not just a massage. A massage is a message. It's communication. It's direct touch communication. And all communication is hypnosis. So if you see blonde hair wigs and red ties and blue suits in your nightmares, ladies and gentlemen, you've been fooled. You've been hypnotized and conditioned and programmed to hate a blonde floating wig, a floating red tie of despair and debt and bankruptcy and war, that horrible specter that haunts man's minds. World War III! Nuclear apocalypse! That greatest of all specters when the sun is completely blotted out. If you've ever experienced a sunless life, living in the black darkness of the sky, and you can't see the sun because there's smoke in the air, and you can't sit in suntan for just one day. Oh, the horror of not being able to suntan. Couldn't imagine. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to this still, you have been fully hypnotized, completely and deeply relaxed with the superior intelligence flowing at you, flowing through you, as you play this game of life called Guitar Hero. Ding, 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 ding. See what I'm saying? Life is a flow, and it's coming at you all the time. This app proves that. And the thing is, how do you always hit your marks? How do you always hit your notes? How do you enjoy it? That's the big question. Oh, we lost one of our esteemed speakers. That type of flow was probably overwhelming for his consciousness if he was listening to me. Kors, do you have anything you'd like to add to the conversation? No?
No, sorry, man. I was hypnotized.
You were hypnotized?
Hypnotized.
Ugh. Some people think a burp smells worse than a fart. What do you think?
I have no opinion, man.
You live in an opinionless opinion life? Is that your opinion, that you have no opinion?
Yeah, man.
Oh my God.
So, can we go back on the Iran war thing?
What do you want to talk about?
No, I want to know what you think about it.
What do you mean? What do I think about it?
What's your opinion right now?
What is my opinion
Yeah,
about the war?
about the situation right now.
What is the situation right now? It's always changing.
Yeah, I think they're back again, bombing each other. I think, but for the best interest for Iran, I think, because the thing is, the people are still suffering. And if America or Israel don't do anything about this, yeah, the people will stay suffering and on in the same situation.
Welcome, Hussy. Hussy, welcome to the room. Of course, thank you for that valuable question and input.
What up? So, one thing I gotta say, I don't like the poll. It's like either deploy Marines and nukes. Oh no, the poll's gone. Okay then. Think that takes that. Yeah, guys, what do you think about the blockade? Is it smart? No edge.
Okay, there's a new poll. There's a new poll in the house. I want to thank everybody for staying here in the room and listening to this Hypnosis Miracles room. Are you a Democrat or a Republican or a Libertarian? Cast your vote now. I'm voting. Oops. I gotta edit it. Oh God, I can't edit it. Oh well, we'll just leave it. It'll be a.
People that are not from the US.
Yeah, you can vote in the poll.
Yeah, but I'm not in the US. I don't know about the Republicans, the Democrats, or the Libertarian.
Yeah, Libertarian. Libertarians are basically small government advocates and for non-intervention and for consolidating and optimizing government spend.
Okay. I don't like a big government kind of guy, you know. I want big governments.
You want big governments?
Yeah.
So people in are you Iranian?
No.
Well, people in Iran are complaining about the fraud and they're saying, they're stealing all our money. And the thing is, every complaint that the Iranians are complaining about against their government are the same complaints that I hear in America, and so I assume that those complaints are universal. We've got universal complaints that everybody so obviously we're all essentially networked into a government which generates a lot of complaints. We have a complaint distribution government. They don't take complaints, they create complaints. So I call it the complainium. Are you accepting personal responsibility in this chain of complaints, sir?
Personal responsibility. Yeah, I think I'm responsible, like, for many things, maybe, in my life. And maybe in my ex's lives as well. My friends' lives. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. I actually have to admit, in my life, I have done things that were in the end, in hindsight, not beneficial for my friends, but actually wasted their time, was probably harmful to them and me. And the experiment was a failure. But the thing about being a scientist is that creating new experiments is the joy of science.
Yeah, discovering new things, I guess. Yeah, but yeah, I'm like European, you know. So in the EU, we we want the government to take care of many things. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's a failure. So if you think like about it, I live in Germany, and we have no price caps, you know, on gasoline. So, but the Czech Republic have price cap on gasoline, and that's why it's much cheaper to tank in Czech Republic than to tank in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have price caps in the US? Like,
I'm sure we do in some ways and forms, but maybe it's not explicitly stated.
yeah, like Czech Republic introduced like not a price cap in the sense, but like a margin of how much your margin should be
Mm-hmm.
if you're like selling gasoline or diesel. So that's why it's much more social. Spain as well did that. In Germany we didn't do that, and it's crazy. Like people can't afford like going to work now. So yeah, I guess like government could like intervene sometimes, and it's good, you know. Yeah. So
See, the government could offer a gas stipend and reimburse drivers, you know, for like the next 3 months, and then see how that program works. But they'd have to legislate it and distribute the money. And you know, that's the theory of modern economics, which is just print more money to resolve the debt and the conflict or the junk situation. They just paper it over with new future junk. And that's what a libertarian differs in economic philosophy with, let's say, a Democrat or Republican, because their theory is it's all civilizational, you know, contagion and compromise and combination. So that's unfortunately that's not how you run a business. And if you read a business book to a group of politicians, they will scream at you and say, you're wasting our effing time. But yet, they don't know how to run a business. They've never started a business. They've never run a business. They've never sat at a cash register and warmed up a piece of pizza for 100 hungry college kids. You see what I'm saying? Like, they are just complainers. They have no real world experience, and therefore they're not fit, and they are not suitable for governance. America, see, people, I saw somebody wearing a shirt yesterday that said there is no political solution. The truth is that the opposite of that. There's only political solutions. That's what people fail to realize. And so the Iranians, if they're going to play hardball and think there's no political solutions, well, then they're really stupid. And they will get what they deserve then. That's my opinion. Hello?
I think like what the Iranians are trying to do is like get a political solution that suits them. So I don't think they're like war is just like a means to politics. So they're trying to hold on so they can like maybe get the political solution they want. And I guess like if the US gets bored of that, they'll just give them what they want and they'll go out.
So,
you know, like it's
let me ask you, Hussy, let me ask you a quick question. Do you think you could teach me a new English word today?
No. My English is not that. What's the name of it? It's not the yellow from the egg.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you know that. This is a German saying.
So there's this thing on the human body. It's called the tragus or the tragus. It is a cartilaginous flap on the inner ear canal opening. Do you know what they call in politics? The tragus?
No, what is that?
It's called the ear clit. It's called an ear clit. So if you just keep tickling that ear clit with Boy Who Cried Wolf, well, that's all the human brain requires is stimulus. Doesn't even have to be intelligent. You just got to keep playing with that tragus, the cartilaginous flap at the ear canal opening. It is a preauricular skin tag. Preauricular. It's a new growth of skin and cartilage. It's a sensation of a foreign body. It could be hardened by earwax, but it's called the tragus. That's your word of the day. The tragus.
Nice. Tragus. Sounds like a tragedy. My God. Chorus, what are you Iranian?
Yes, Uzi, I'm Iranian, living in the Netherlands.
In the Netherlands.
Yes.
Oh my God, the Netherlands. Where do you live in the Netherlands?
Rotterdam.
Rotterdam. I was in Rotterdam last year.
Really? Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I liked it. Like I kind of went there for like 1 day, and then like my aunt lives in Nijmegen.
Oh yeah.
I'm not speaking that well. Yeah, and it's like I would say the Netherlands is like the most overrated country in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So boring. Like it's flat. The whole thing is flat. Why is it so flat? It's crazy. And the whole thing, like when you go, like I went with the car, and when you go like from the autobahn to this, it's like 100 km/h or something like that. And your like highway, it's crazy. Like the downgrade. Like here's one thing I think the government should not intervene with is like speed limit. Speed limit should be there should be no speed limit anywhere in the world, especially on the highway.
I think it's the most taxed country of the world. If you if you see like one of the most.
I'm paying 50% of my salary in taxes. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's close. It's close. Yeah, if you see like the gas prices here, it's not normal because it's like 70% taxed. Like if we pay €2.50 a liter now.
Yeah, us too. It's crazy. Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, same thing in Chicago.
$9 a gallon. I think $9 a gallon.
It's $5 a gallon in Chicago, but the state of Illinois taxing authority puts on a couple dollars, so it's all environmental tax, and it goes into a general purpose fund, and they're just ripping us off. It's the government is the problem. We need new management.
Yeah, but like you know, like the thing is, I'm just like my car has also like is a plug-in hybrid, so I'm charging it right now. So I could drive with it, like, but I'm just driving it in the city, and like I'm taking the public transports like most of the time. Like the public transport is really decent in Europe. You don't need a car. Yeah, it's a nice to have and not like it's more like a luxury thing kind of thing, but you don't need it in Europe. I think like in the US it's different. Yeah.
We'll see. What is your opinion about this war?
This war?
Yeah.
Dude, we're fucked. This war. That's the thing about this war. Like Like, I know I'm maybe here I'm gonna be in the minority, but I think it's a mess. It's not going well. I think also like there's no option of backing down. Like some people saying like just like get out, and I don't think there's get out right now. I think like it's gonna take like 2 to 3 years. Like ultimately, I think the U.S. will get out because they're gonna get bored. And I don't know. I think like Iran at that time.
Before that, the regime would change. Before they get bored.
I don't think the regime will change, to be honest. I'm sorry, Peter. Like I hope so.
I hope planning on that.
Yeah, I hope so. But like I don't think the regime will change, to be honest. I think what will happen is like it will go like 2 to 3 years, and I don't know. Until then, alternative routes will be found for oil, or the world will just get used to having less oil. Like you can see, like the cars are now like don't need that much like gasoline like 10 years ago.
This Kurdish guy is from Hindustan, living in India, living in Netherlands. Why does he use lion and sword? He is like you. You are not from Iran. You are from Pakistan or India. Why do you comment on Iran?
I don't know, dude. You can ask him. But so, Peter,
you're talking shit, man.
Peter, chill, okay?
Speak Russian. If you are carrying this flag, you should be able to speak Russian. فارسی حرف بزن. وقتی که خالی من. فارسی حرف بزن ولی بلدی. Can you speak Russian?
What the fuck, dude? I'm not.
You are imposter.
Peter.
No, Iran has no internet. Shut the fuck off. You are nobody to comment on behalf of Iranians as if you cannot speak Russian. If you can speak Russian, فارسی حرف بزن.
Peter, he lives in the Netherlands.
You too. You are not also Iranian. You like him. You are also another bastard. None of your business, Iran. Iran is none of your business. Regime change is none of your business.
I'm not Iranian.
Okay, so fuck off.
Yeah. Dude.
پیتر مادر جنده من فارسی صحبت میکنم چی میگی تو؟
He's from India living in Netherlands.
But he just talked Farsi to you.
He just word. One word.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's discuss it in Persian. Going, okay? What's your reason?
Peter,
bastards, you're bastards.
I was talking to you. What is your opinion? How can we end this war?
End of discussion. Bye.
Peter, bye. I think it's gonna take time. Like I might be in the minority here, so I think it's gonna take like 2 to 3 years. To be honest, I think also that China and Russia will make sure it takes that long. I think also like the US can't back down right now. Like there's no possibility to back down because like you all are being hit the whole time. The ship lane is not open, and I think like the result will be like in 3 years' time there will be like frozen conflict or something like that, where there's like some kind of solution, or like Iran loses its leverage, with time, like because like the world will get used maybe to less oil, like things are getting more efficient as we advance in years, so cars will need less gasoline, people can work from home, things are developing, at the same time, so I think like in 2 to 3 years, the US will get bored. Iran would be at the time like toothless, so they won't be able to attack that much, and maybe some kind of like solution for the nuclear problem will be like, okay, you can't enrich uranium anymore, and they'll say okay. but it's gonna take time because, like, and I see it right now. The Iranians like perceive this war as like fighting for their own survival. They also think like if they now end the war, it will be like they'll be hit again. So they don't trust the U.S. Or Israel for all that matters. But like, I think the U.S. is like the most important most important, like, that you get the US on board. If you get the US, you will get Israel somehow on board as well. And the Arab countries might join. I don't think they'll join, to be honest. I think they're too weak to join. Also, I think their armies are for themselves. Yeah, I think 2 to 3 years, maybe. Or maybe like the US will get bored of it and like they'll say just whatever, we'll give you what you want. Open up the strait. Yeah. But like like Iranians, like the things they're asking right now is just impossible to do. Like no president of the US will accept that. Like it's not about Trump.
Do you think the Middle East would be a better place if there is a regime change?
Now? Yeah. Ultimately, yeah. I think so. I think it could become more peaceful, you know. But like you don't know, because like if the worst regime is there, it's I think like at least for the Gulf countries, it would be like if there's like a regime change instantly now, it would be better, you know. It might not be better for the Lebanese right now, but yeah, there needs to be a solution there. Yeah, but like I think maybe like define peaceful as well. Like peaceful for someone is like not peaceful for another, you know. But yeah, like I think for the West it would be ultimately better if the regime would go. For some countries as well, like I think for Syria, it's much better if the regime would go. For many in Lebanon as well. For some in Lebanon, not that much. Yeah, I think the Palestinians are fucked anyway, like because like they're just proxy, like yeah, sadly, you know. And yeah, but I think like ultimately, yeah, that would be it would be ideal if the regime just would fall, but like I don't think it would fall, to be honest. And yeah, I think if the regime falls, the other countries will need to make sure that Iran is not strong anymore, you know. So, and they're gonna have to like put some influence inside Iran to make sure that, yeah, Iran becomes like neutral or something like that. Yeah. Because I don't think that Iran will get any weapons like they did in the Shah time. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. I talked a lot. I'm sorry, guys.
Thanks, Lucy. Thanks.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I think it's necessary that there comes a regime change, and it's hard to say because I think that the 80% has to come from America and Israel, and the last 20%, the people of Iran will have to do it. And yeah, because without any weapons, they cannot maintain it, and it's hard for them right now. And yeah, and you said like it's gonna take 2 or 3 years. I think it's too long. I don't think that it's gonna last that long, this war. If we see now what's happening and the deals that are broken, I think it's not gonna happen. I think it's we have to hope that it's like a few months or maybe in weeks, but yeah, years I don't think. I think yeah, we need the help of the U.S. and Israel. Otherwise, the people are cooked, and the regime change is best for all in the Middle East, and also the proxies that are happening. All 47 years of investment of the IRGC is paying the price, and that has to stop right now. It has to stop. And yeah, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic, and I hope that the rest of the world also sees that it's yeah, evil regime that has to change. And for us, all Iranians, diasporas that are everywhere in the world, yeah, we want to go back. We want our country back.
Yeah, there was one question Sam asked, like, you mean for Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Gotta get to the gym. Gotta get to the gym.
I think it's
gotta go work this belly off real hard in the gym. Gotta go to the gym. Gotta go to the gym and work this belly. Gotta go to the gym.
So that's why.
Gotta go to the gym and work this belly. Sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up. Use the smart machine and the horse a rotator. Go to the gym, John. Go to the gym, John. Go to the gym, John.
Israel and the US have it their way, you know. But at the same time, you have like other people that are like much more joyful about it, like the ones that are against Hezbollah in Lebanon. So it's very hard to say in Lebanon like who's gonna win and who's gonna lose. And Israel, like when they went into Lebanon as well, they asked Druze and Christians not to take in any Muslims inside their homes, or their homes will be like attacked as well. So, like the Shiite community, Muslim community in Lebanon are like fucked, you know, and that's why like a group like Amal, which is like not Hezbollah, joined the fight as well against Israel. So, yeah, I think the Shiite community in Lebanon are going to be fucked after if I think even if Iran like holds on, I think they're fucked anyway, because like I think I think that Iran will sell them like nothing, you know. Like we saw when Israel killed like the guy, what's his name, the head of Hezbollah, the last head of Hezbollah, you know, Iran didn't even budge, you know, like they told Hezbollah to do ceasefire, you know, and they told him, like, they sold him, like, I think like Iran would, like, the IRGC would sell them like nothing, you know, like these proxies are just like cards for the IRGC, like that's what I think, you know, and they would use them, and as long as they're useful, and they're not useful.
I think you mean Hassan Nasrallah.
Yeah, Hassan Nasrallah. Yeah, and I think when they're not useful, they're just gonna throw them up. You know, gonna throw them. They're like we saw, like as well with Hamas. You know, like did the IRGC now go into Gaza and protected the people in Gaza? Of course not. They're just cards. You know, they play. They go into negotiations and they give them up once a better deal is like reached. And I think it's the same for the Lebanese people, the Shia Lebanese people. I think they're fucked anyway, you know.
The thing is, do you think that they being, well, as you call it, fucked, could have to do something with the fact that some of these people actually support Hezbollah or support Hamas or are the victims and are under pressure of these proxies and have to abide by them because they are in their village and putting them under pressure?
I think the way you describe it is very weird because I think they're fucked anyway because Israel wants their land, not because they belong to this group or that group. They want that land, Israel. They want a buffer zone for now. We don't know what will happen later, you know. But basically, Smotrich, like Israeli government, is very clear about it. They want southern Lebanon, and they want it without Lebanese people, you know. So these people are fucked anyway. They're gonna lose their homes. And the one like southern of the Litani River, as long as I remember now. I don't know if I'm saying the names wrong, actually. Like, I might be wrong about many things. I think they're not going to return to anything because there's nothing. Like, the villages are gone, you know? Maybe they'll leave some towns, but I don't think the fight is ideological, you know? I think the fight is about taking land from Lebanon, you know? And Hezbollah.
You don't think it's for self-defense? You think it's just all about the land?
What do I think it's self-defense? Which one?
You don't think that the Jewish people are defending themselves?
No, I don't think. Israel defending themselves? You're kidding me. No. I don't think it's defending itself right now. I think it's like very clear right now, like after 1 year like of breaking the truce with Hezbollah, you know, like 2,000 times or 3,000 times. Yeah. Once Hezbollah attacked Israel once, they said the truce is gone, you know. But they were breaking the truce for 3,000 times while in a truce with Lebanon, you know. So
I'm happy that you mentioned it yourself. It's Hezbollah I think by orders of IRGC that fired the missiles and started firing missiles from Lebanon into Israel. So it's not fair to say that Israel started attacking Lebanon. And I think Lebanon, the state of Lebanon itself, the country of Lebanon itself, should have better security and to ensure that there is no other sort of proxy from another foreign country in your country attacking other countries from inside people's civilian homes. They literally have rocket launchers in homes, civilian homes, from the freaking window. They're fucking firing missiles through the fucking window where people live.
Yeah. What do you expect if you're like a proxy? So I think that the Lebanese government actually right now should just dissolve because like I don't think.
Yeah, why not just give up? It's already fucked.
They can be no because they have nothing. They have no money. They have no. You could go and look. Like I thought about buying some bonds from Lebanon. Look at the bonds from Lebanon. They're like 5% of their value because no one believes that they're gonna get their money back from the bonds of Lebanon. You know, it's this country it's like crazy. You know, this government should just dissolve, should give up. You know, because they're unable to do anything. You know, Israel already occupied their southern part, and they're unable to remove Israel from their southern part. I don't know which country accepts that.
Yes, and they were also unable to keep out a foreign militia into their country.
Yeah, that's why they should dissolve themselves. They should just shut up. You know, it doesn't matter what they say. You know, here's the thing. Like the thing is about Hezbollah. You know, it's Lebanese militia. You know, So
they are Lebanese, but we all know that
this is Lebanese problem. You know, this is Lebanese problem. You know, so they should take care of it themselves, with themselves, the Lebanese, against Lebanese and stuff. You know, but the thing is, if the government is unable to take care of armed militias and take care of like outside interference, they weren't even able to kick the Iranian ambassador. Can you believe that? Like, what the fuck is that country? They should just give up. You know?
They were like, yeah, we're gonna throw out the Iranian ambassador right now. And then what happens? Hezbollah takes him into his protection in their own fucking country. What?
Yeah, they can't. They asked him to leave. They didn't leave. What kind of country is that? That they can't even kick them. What? No, the whole structure is dumb. You know, Lebanon should have rebuilt itself after the civil war. They should have built a real army. You know, after they kicked out Israel. Instead of that, what did they do? They fought against each other. They started doing political stuff against each other. And I don't know the whole thing or the history of Lebanon, but I think the Lebanese should have built a government instead of relying on Hezbollah, to protect them. Now Hezbollah is unable to protect them. What happens? I don't know. You know, their only guarantee that they're not going to get invaded is now gone. Now they're getting invaded. The same with Syria as well. Like, Israel is now encroaching also into Syria. You know, they're going to take more land. They're going to kick people out. At some point, they're going to annex it and move people.
The thing is, whose fault is this? If you ask me, I'm a very simple thinker, very practical. Lebanese government was unable to keep the proxy militias from attacking another sovereign country. So who is at fault when they start a war from their soil and then they get attacked and they have to give up land? It's very simple for me. The person that is responsible for this is Lebanon.
Do you think the Arab countries should also take land from Iran?
Well, I wish them very much luck, but it's not going to work.
Why not?
We all know that because every government, even transitional government of Iran, is not going to allow that to happen.
Well, transitional government of Syria tried to not allow that to happen. What happened to that land? It's gone.
You cannot. Wait. You cannot. I don't want to sound cocky. Yeah. You cannot. You can't make the example of Syria and Iran. It's not the same.
Right? Oh, it's not the same. Why? The Iranians are
the same.
The Iranians
the military is not the same.
Master
the people are not the same.
Are you guys the master race?
They come on. They're not that. They have a lot.
Come on, guys! You had once the Islamic Revolution went on, you know, Saddam Hussein was close to collapsing your government, taking over the Arab places from Iran.
Close.
Close.
Iran destroyed Iraq.
No, not Iran. The IRGC destroyed Iraq. Let's be clear about that. And he made
it's the Iranian people
some mistakes.
No, wait a minute. It was the Iranian people that fought in that war. Even children. Yeah, even 14-year-old children were in that war with Iraq. So it's Iranian people.
Would you say that Saddam Hussein was justified in throwing chemical weapons because you hit IRGC in your country?
Wait, what? Saddam Hussein was justified to throw it?
Throw chemical weapons.
Of course not. That's never justified.
Okay, so Israel is justified to attack southern Lebanon.
Why are you making these? It's not the good example. You're making a comparison.
No, it's a hypocrisy. I'm just telling you about your hypocrisy.
Hezbollah. Have you heard of Hezbollah or not?
Yeah, have you heard of the IRGC?
Okay, so when Israel attacks Hezbollah works for the IRGC, correct?
Yeah.
That's why Israel's attacking.
No, I'm just talking. No. You misunderstood me.
Okay.
No. I'm talking about taking land. You know, I think Arab countries should be able to take land.
Attacking
No,
Which
I
Arab
was
countries
talking.
are you talking about? Which Arab country? Which Arab country would
For
want to do
example,
that?
Kuwait and Iraq. Maybe they can like divide it. I think there should be like another Arab country on the Persian Gulf, you know, and and Balochistan maybe as well, and they can like divide it among each other, you know.
Listen, these separatist ideas, I know them, and we know every Iranian city around in Iran. There is not even one city in Iran like Balochistan or Kurdistan that even has the slightest idea that they could actually be successful in taking land from the whole country of Iran. It's not going to happen. We know people are not going to allow that to happen.
But don't you think like if right now, this is the right now, you know, but like don't you think like in 2 to 3 years, or maybe like 10 years, once like there's no government, there's no governing body, people are very
Iran
poor.
has been existing for 2,556 years.
Dude,
It has never happened, and it will never happen.
This applies for every country in the region. Like, come on, like
I don't know which
3,500
countries
years.
you're talking about. I don't know how long they've been existing. Who put them there? The British government.
Egypt.
I don't know.
What the fuck? Like, who cares? You know, like every country could be divided, could be separated, could be severed. You know, every country can lose some land. Like, don't talk to me about like Yemen was like also like no wait. I talked to a friend of mine who's Yemeni. You know, he was like, we've been there for 6,000 years. We're not gonna get separated. Yeah, we were separated. They got separated into South and North Yemen. You know, like every country gets separated.
You're
gets
literally
divided.
comparing Yemen again now with Iran. You don't need to compare countries like that. You know, there's a.
Yeah, you are the master race. I understand.
Well, I mean, come on.
Is that the name of a song or something? Yeah, you're the master race. Yeah, you're the master race.
It's gotta be a fair comparison.
Yeah, you're the master race, the chosen people. The chosen people. The master race. I strike the master chord. I draw the flaming sword. Hello?
I mean, we're not doing that bad, Yemen.
Yemen? What? I don't know. Like I like bigger country, and I can compare it to Iran. I don't know. Like, you know, like it's
just the comparison you make. Yemen, you know, everyone that knows the Middle East knows that you can't make that comparison. Come on.
Okay, what country should I compare Iran to?
You can't.
Egypt?
You can't compare countries like that. You just can't.
Okay, so Iran is
and
unique.
not even with Egypt. No, it's a totally different story. And Egypt is in North Africa. That's also a different continent, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you told me it's like 3,000 years old. I was like, okay, Egypt's 5,000 years old. I don't care. Like I don't care how old the country is. You know, like I don't know. Iran was like almost like all of its history, like almost all of its history was conquered by I don't know, like by Alexander, and then by Islam, and then I don't know, sometimes by Romans, like yeah, I don't know.
We are still here, so
yeah, you're still here, like
FYI.
Like you're still here. I'm not arguing with that, you know, but like I'm just saying, like if you say that Lebanese can be removed from their land, you know, because
no, I'm not saying that at all. That is not, you're putting words in my mouth. I don't appreciate you putting words in my mouth. No, I said the Lebanese government is responsible for letting proxy militias into their country and then starting a war with another country. That's what they are responsible for. That's what I said. Don't put words in my mouth.
But you said also it's okay if the Lebanese people are removed from their land.
No, I did not say that it's okay. I said who's responsible for it though.
Yeah, but
And
like,
who has to make it up to them? It's their own
Yeah.
government. They need to fix it. Give them a house, build them a house.
in another
Nice
place,
one
right?
too. Well, no, they can once that we know that the Jews are safe, because Jews deserve to live just like you and me.
Yeah, I'm not.
Then they can get back the land and build their
They're
houses.
not gonna get back their land. Like let's just not be naive, you know. Like it's clearly what the government is saying, the Israeli government. I'm not talking about the Jews, you know. I'm not talking about the Israelis as well. I'm talking about the government. The government right now in Israel wants the land, you know, and they want the land without Lebanese people inside it.
If the Lebanese government is not able to secure the area, well, what do you expect people to do? Get Hezbollah back on that border and attack?
I think ethnic cleansing is
and
bad.
it's not even just Jews in Israel. You know, right? There's Muslims in Israel as well.
I don't care about Muslims and Jews in Israel. I care about people not losing their home. That's what I care about. You know, I don't care about anyone in that case. You know.
Me too.
I think people should not lose their homes, you know. But I think it's like such a hypocrisy that you would actually tell the Lebanese government to accept the loss of the Lebanese people. Let's be clear, to accept the loss of their own country, but you are not ready to give up your own land.
No, because they have to fight. They have to fight against the invaders of their country that started this war.
So if they fight against Hezbollah, like if Hezbollah gone, you know, do you think Israel will give them that land back?
Well, the best chance of getting that land back would be, in my opinion, to get the terrorists out, obviously.
And then fight against Israel without any weapons or what?
Fight against? Why would you need to fight when you're not doing
anything land back wrong? Do you think Israel will just back off and give them that land?
If they are safe. I think so.
There's a lot of water. There's a lot of water there. Dude, they're not gonna get that land back. The problem with the Middle East is water, and there's a lot of water in Lebanon. Israel would never give them that land back. Like that's never gonna happen. Everyone also said like before also like everyone was also saying like Israel would give Golan Heights back to Syria once the government is good there. No, they're not. They're not going to give them any land back. They're going to take more if they see the opportunity as well. So, like, it's also the same for, like, Arab countries. If they get the chance to take, like, southern, they would. I don't think they would because they're too weak to do that, you know? So, lucky you. But I think they would, to be honest. I think, like,
honestly, I don't think the Saudis are like that. I don't think
not the Saudis. I think the Iraqis. I don't think the Saudis would do that.
The Iraqis, yeah. It could be, maybe, yeah. They would think of something like that. Yes, the Iraqis.
Like, you know, also, since you talked about Persia, I just looked it up online. Baghdad used to be the capital of Persia. What the fuck? Can you explain that?
No, that's actually incorrect. Baghdad was Babylon, if you look into history.
Yeah, it's the same. Who cares? Like.
No, it's not the same.
Yeah, it's the same city, right?
Babylon?
Like the same place.
Wait. No. It was Persepolis.
Persepolis, where's that?
Persepolis.
Is it?
It was Persepolis, built by King Darius. Darius the First. So I don't know how he came to Baghdad, but.
Wait a minute, it was. Oh yeah, okay.
Baghdad was Babylon. You know where King Kurosh, Cyrus the Great, freed the Jews, yeah, 3,000 years ago, freed the Jews from Babylon and let them build their temple in Jerusalem. Remember?
No, I don't remember. I wasn't there.
I do. We all do.
I wasn't there.
It's just a history book you need to open, honey.
Stephon? Kitover? I don't know, dude. It was for over 800 years. Was the primary capital, Persian capital, located in modern-day Iraq?
Nope.
Serving as the winter capital for both Parthian, and Sasanian. I'm probably like slaughtering these names. For over 800. Yeah, Parthian and Sasanian. Sasanian Empire.
Yeah, but the thing is with those empires is that they were all part of Persia, but the king back then, he allowed everyone to keep their own culture and their own language and their own religion. So it was all part of Persia, but everyone had their own culture going on, their own religion going on and stuff.
Wait a minute. Aren't like...
And that's the difference between colonization and an empire.
Persian... Oh yeah, you're right actually, though.
Thank you. I know.
It looks good actually.
But has Israel ever officially stated that it wants to expel Palestinians and take over all the land?
I don't know. Do you call the ministers that are in the government official or not?
Let's just fact check what you just said. That's their plan, and they have. You said they stated that.
Yeah.
So let's check.
What did they say exactly then?
I think better or small church said it.
All right, I did some fact checking, and I found out that your statement is false because there have been some wars in between 1982 and 2000 where Israel was in southern Lebanon and had a security zone.
But I talked about the government right now. I'm not talking about the 82.
And right now there is no official.
So this is here.
Translating in English, there's no official anything being said from Israel that they want to stay there. It's a buffer zone. It's a temporary military buffer zone to protect themselves, as I thought.
Why did they remove them, the people from there? In the 80s, like this is the difference, you know. In the 80s, they did not remove any people from the buffer zone. You know, in 82. I don't know which year that is.
What is a buffer zone exactly? You know, we call it a buffer as if it's supposed to prevent some friction. But really, when you can't trust your neighbors and you have to create buffer zones, is that really a life worth living where you have to create buffers? Does anyone here know the difference between a buffer and a buffer?
Buffer is like...
How about the difference between a buffer and a buffet? I'd like a buffet zone. Could we create a buffet zone in between Israel and Palestine?
Guys, I need to leave. It was nice talking to you. Because I need to eat. It's 10 p.m. in my place.
Speaking of buffet.
Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, thank you too, guys.
Let's keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. And I like the conversation anyway. Like, I learned a lot as well.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
A couple weeks ago, I went to Key West, which, as you may or may not know, Key West is actually a buffet zone. It's not a buffer zone, but it is a buffet zone.
Does the buffet zone start with a J word?
It does, actually.
Welcome to the room, everybody. If you haven't yet experienced this room, the happening, just raise your hand and share your opinion. You get 30 to 60 seconds to say whatever you're thinking about.
Is that like a fresh minute? Do I get the fresh minute every minute?
If you are a flower, you are by default fresh.
Well, I'd like to share really briefly that I spent the day teaching a bunch of old ladies how to weave baskets from twigs that I gathered off of the ground. I gathered the twigs and then I taught the ladies how to weave them into baskets. And I think that I feel good about how I spent my day. The ladies had fun weaving their baskets, and we didn't change anything in the grand scheme of things, but at least I didn't sit under a bridge shooting heroin into my arm. Hello?
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 So, Rabbono Shalom, welcome everyone to your Clubhouse experience. If you have not yet purchased gold coins, go ahead, pull out your credit card, add it to your Google Play or Apple Pay, and buy some gold coins and send them to me right now. We accept donations for free because of your generosity. Charity is next to godliness. If you want to be closer to the God and want miracles in your life, send me your money. That's right. Right now, buy your gold coins through Google Pay or Apple Pay and link your Stripe account to Clubhouse. Send me all your money, all your gold coins. The more you send, the more joy you will experience.
And what if we don't got money?
Well, you can borrow, you can tax other people somehow. I wouldn't dare say you break any laws and steal any money, but however you happen to acquire it, send it to me and I will keep it in my gold coin clubhouse vault, which is eternal and fully secured against all possible eventualities.
Wait, so would you say that the more we spend and the more we send, the closer to the truth we're going to get, essentially?
That's first.
Exactly. Talk to Dennis here. Dennis is one of my many satisfied banking clients who sends me his gold coins. Thank you, Dr. Dennis, for putting your trust in me, the universe. There's nothing like than to hear that gold coin clinking here on Clubhouse. Makes me into Scrooge McDuck. Send me your gold coins! I want more gold coins! The more you send, the more joy you shall experience.
All communications to gnosis.
All communication is gold coins sent to the universe. If you're feeling it, if you feel good inside, if you feel strong inside, send me your gold coins right now. And we will preserve those gold coins and all those feelings of joy and strength and happiness and, dare I say, even ecstasy? Some people think that the universe is magnetizing you to send the universe your gold coins. You'd be correct. The universe is a gold coin magnetizer. If you want to feel good inside, if you want to feel like you've never felt inside before, something joyful, something playful, something creative, just go ahead and buy $5 worth of gold coins right now and send the universe your gold coins, aka money. Because after all, what is money? It's just gold coins you're sending me.
Everybody's gone, except for me. We can invite more people to the stage. Shumaila. We can invite Project B to the stage. La La Lee.
So this has been a long-running room. You weren't here earlier, but this was originally titled J.D. Vance Failed to Achieve Peace, What's Next for the War in Iran? And it was a big room. And BB was in here screaming. Everybody was in here. Daniel was in here screaming. And I was like, hit him again, Daniel! Hit him again! Project B.
That's good. I'm sorry I missed it.
Project B. What is the difference between Plan B and Project B?
Wait, what's the difference between Plan B and Project B? Wait, I think I heard it.
Is there any similarity between Project B and Project Pat? Hey, have you heard that? Protect your neck?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Real quick.
Do you know how to protect your neck? Do you think if I tried to strangle you around your neck that you could protect your neck, or would you just succumb to the strangulation?
Oh, no.
You got
jitsu about it.